7 o'clock in St. Louis, you're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. A gentleman by the name of Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos, and we welcome you to participate in the program by calling into the Collier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. You can also text into the program 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox. And Doug, today, tomorrow, Friday, and Monday, Jackson Burkett, DBA Movie Boy, will be updating people's text names if you do not have a number with a name saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
All right. That sure is exciting. So a lot of people are texting in now saying, please, if you would, change my name.
Doug can't even feign interest. Look at that.
I mean, it was
sound any more disinterested.
Insta-call read, Martin. That was a tight read.
And I think it's an exciting time for the audience, and we should lean in.
Thank you.
Okay.
This was sent, I guess, yesterday at 6:12. Hi, Jackson. Please change my name to Breakin' Ribs. That's from Angry Todd. But you don't change names from people who already have names.
I prioritize those who do not have any name in there. Because I want to get names in there. Because, like, a lot of these people are, like, trying to, like, oh, this is, like, a little funny gag I'll do and change. I'll just change my name to something goofy and timely for right now. And that takes a little bit of time, and I'd rather just focus on the people who don't have it. I want to get more people names in there, you know?
Does it seem almost like a waste of time to spend an hour or so a day changing people's names on a text line?
I wouldn't say that.
Okay.
I picked up another read. Boy, that's two reads early on in the program.
Didn't Jackson refer to you as that guy?
Yes, he did, Martin. That's important to address because a lot of things take place off the air on this program. I think it'd be wonderful to have a behind-the-scenes camera to invite the audience in to the comings and goings and goings and comings of the show. And I said to Jackson as he walked in with his usual bad attitude, I said, hey, I've been sending you a lot of clips over the last 24 hours. Be honest with me. Am I annoying you? And Martin, he said, yeah, when I woke up at 4:45 this morning, you sent me one. I was wondering if this guy's going to send me all TikTok. If you get called this guy, Doug, it's a problem.
Yeah, I didn't mean it to come out that way.
Well, what did you mean it then?
I just thought it was funny. I was like, clearly the algorithm is hitting. It's been effective.
Yeah.
You know, they've really nailed it. They got Tim right where they want him.
The college football coaches are banty.
And it's high time for coaches. For whatever reason, they all are kind of the same. They all have the world at the palm of their hands, yet they feel everyone is working against them. Right. It's both like the most egotistical and like highest sense of arrested development I've ever seen in any humans, and it is hilarious. So totally respect it, and it makes my job easier.
Oh,
when
sure.
you send that to me.
It's show prep season around these parts. Doug, you can maybe learn something over here.
Yeah, Doug's never once sent me a clip.
No.
Cut
Would you like
this
some
boy.
clips?
It would be surprising, and I would enjoy it.
What sort of clip would you like from me?
Use the Andy Griffith clip. You know, sometimes he'll be on Instagram Reels and TV Land.
The show
clips.
open for Andy Griffith?
Yeah, just like clips, you know, Citizens Arrest, you know, get some good stuff in there.
Citizens Arrest.
My dad will sit there on the recliner and he'll show me some Andy Griffith clips, and he's just laughing his ass off.
Oh. It's like Rich Gould sitting in the sports department.
Very similar.
Getting ready for a big game.
But it's not to put on the air. It's just for your own personal amusement.
I'll clip it if you want.
Would you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Doug, which do you prefer, SEC shorts or SEC roll call? That's from Artificial Intelligence?
Gosh.
I'm a roll call guy.
Is it? I don't even know the difference.
Oh, it's Artificial Unintelligence. I apologize.
I dug in this weekend trying to listen to some SEC podcasting, and I need it.
Which ones do you listen to,
I think it was called the SEC podcast.
With SEC Mike?
SEC, well, I don't know, but he was like, that team sucks, this team sucks, and I'll take Kentucky,
You're going to have to narrow it down.
I'm going to have to look it up because as I'm listening to this, I thought I better ask these guys for some advice before I waste my whole Saturday. It was a lot of that team sucks and he's terrible. but it had a southern twang, so I felt like it was official.
Yeah. If you got the twang,
He had
you
a
know they
power
got that
ranking
nine.
Saturday night.
Yes. That's SEC podcast.
Okay.
SEC Mike, Doug? You ever listen to SEC Mike?
No, you know what? I need to make more time for that.
Thank you.
So it was called SEC Podcast, which sounded very official until he was telling every team they sucked. So it didn't seem as official.
How about the Stiefel dossier? This is pretty official.
We better tighten up.
Yeah. Adam Wainwright is going to be on the program at 7:30.
I'll be darned.
How about that?
Okay.
He
Good.
just won a
Wainwright.
title, that Major League Home Run Derby that snuck up on all of us.
That's right.
Cardinals won it.
Adam Wainwright at 7:30. And is this the beginning of the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies, Jeremy Rutherford, two-part questions?
Tis.
How about that? 9 o'clock. In studio or on the Callier and Thompson phone lines?
JR.
314-974-0101.
JR told me he's going to try his best to make it into studio, so that's the hope.
Sometimes he's just in the building.
Wow.
Like, hey,
He
come on in.
records the Last Minute Blues podcast. It comes out, 101ESPN.com. You can find it, or anywhere you find your podcasts. And
can't
that's
find
usually on Wednesdays. He records it, which is just perfect for us.
And today is...
Oh, it's Wednesday.
Yeah. Doug, we call that serendipity in the industry. You see that film? Is that John Cusack?
I don't
Has that
know.
been on Movie Boy yet?
Not yet. We're planning a Cusack week for both him and his sister.
June.
And his sister. Tim, any concerns at the Cardinals season-ending press conference that Mr. DeWitt will say, well, it was a championship year, and they'll point to the home run derby that Wainwright and Ankiel teamed up to win.
I do worry about that.
I think there's a chance. I think there is a chance.
Guys, no filler here, but Jackson could totally be on Outer Banks. Let's make it happen, Jackson. That's from John Mardukas. Martin, what does that mean?
Pass.
It's a television program.
Yes.
I don't imagine there's a large need for scrawnier, soft-spoken guys. Pale,
the show
pale
about?
as the day is long.
What is this show about?
Angst.
It's about angst.
All right, there's a Rudy Pankow. Does he look a little like Papers? Maybe a little bit. Maybe that's the reference.
I'm not built for that kind of world.
Okay.
I don't really watch Outer Banks. Been to the Outer Banks many times. Wonderful part of,
So you're qualified.
of this union. But I don't know if I would be good for that television show.
And what do they do on the show?
It's a, like I said,
Angst. Okay.
Sit around and wallow in their angst.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds fascinating.
Teenage enlists 3 best friends to hunt for a legendary treasure linked to his father's disappearance.
Okay.
Sounds like a offshoot of a Hardy Boys novel.
Jackson loves the Hardy Boys. He read it in a hammock at your place in Jupiter this past February.
Was Hardy Boys number 141 or something? No. I do love a mystery, but I don't know if Outer Banks is for me.
Okay.
We'll ask Adam Wainwright about that coming up on the Stiefel dossier, 7:30. Jeremy Rutherford, Stiefel dossier, 9 o'clock. And I just got a text from Spencer at Stiefel, and I have now been invited to play in the Pro-Am today.
Oh, no.
Doug, I don't know if I'm the Am or the Pro.
Huh. Could go either way, right? It's kind of the way you are.
Show these guys a thing or two about ball striking. Papers, didn't we play in this together last year?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
You didn't make the cut, though, huh?
Hi,
what
you
it
got
is.
axed.
Hey, listen, I can
love
take what I
that.
can get.
Big announcement yesterday. They're going to move it to October next year, and it's going to be part of the Charles Schwab playoff series.
How about
with the
that? That's a
PGA
pretty
Tour
substantial
champions.
development. I think that is a great thing for the event to be in October.
It also helps because you have the BMW Championship in September at
Yeah.
Belle Reve, so it makes sense not to go head-to-head, but also a big
The
win.
BMW Championship will be in August.
Is it?
Yeah. The championship day is August 23rd.
Oh, well, then never mind.
But I
Or
think
a week apart or whatever, yeah.
Yeah.
Spread them out a little bit.
Yes, because otherwise it would have been about a week apart. So I do think that it makes sense from that standpoint. But yeah, the BMW, because the PGA wraps things up before football, NFL starts up. I am of the opinion that college football should start up earlier as well, especially since the students go back to school usually more early to mid-August than late August, early September. And then you get in the college football season on New Year's Day with Jackson's sunset at the Rose Bowl.
It is the best.
What do you think about college football playing a preseason game so it doesn't count? Everybody gets that
Like a
butt-ass
Central
game.
Arkansas game?
Yeah, everybody gets that game just to kind of tune up, see what they have. And then you could play it that week earlier, start early, and it's just kind of a tune-up game.
Yeah, I could see
Would
that.
that just lessen the interest?
I don't can't think of a reason why that wouldn't work.
Because you already know, well, it doesn't count on your record.
I think if they're going to play, they just soon say it counts and put 65,000 fans in the stands.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, they might show up. Jackson doesn't count the bowl wins.
Right. Correct. They're exhibition games.
Coach Drake.
Did you feel that way before you started working on this show? You did, really?
Well, once
It's not a popular take if you're a fan of a team that wins the bowl game. Now, if you lose, then you say the bowl games don't count.
growing up, I probably but also growing up, there was less guys kind of just, bowing out.
Less guys bowing out.
Well, both for
players.
guys would bow out if they were going to go to
If
the
the
league.
players don't care, why should you?
The guys would bow out if they're going to the league, and that was understandable. And you just kind of, but now with the transfer portal and guys leaving, teams just aren't the same. So it's, once the facts change, then my opinion can move.
But the Missouri win over Ohio State, that was different. That one counted. Oh, come on now.
Not really.
Did you buy a T-shirt?
Have fun
Did
on
you buy a
Power
T-shirt?
Mizzou today.
No, I was fired up when Mizzou won, and I was rooting for that game like I would any other game, and I'm glad they won. But if they lost that game, I wouldn't be like, oh, man, the season wasn't as good. It was incredible. It was an awesome season, one of my favorite seasons I ever got to watch for Mizzou football, and it had no bearings on whether they beat an Ohio State team on their third quarterback.
Whoa.
Whoa!
Did you buy a T-shirt that said Cotton Bowl champs?
No, I've never been to a
Did you
bowl
buy
game.
a pennant?
I have friends who always want to go to the bowl game. I'm like,
Who
that's not-
does, Herb?
I was like, why would I spend my money on that when I can go, if I'm going to spend big money on going to go see a Mizzou football game, I'd want to go see it like an SEC road game during the regular season. Not, no offense, Nashville or Memphis in January or December.
Okay. Well, we learn something new every day, don't we?
Yeah, that's what this show is about. It's about education, and you're welcome to educate us at 314-974-0101. That's how you can call in, Callier and Thompson phone lines. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox, 314-399-9646. And let me take a look. Wow, we have an active Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, Doug. Jake Reynolds, John Scores, and the TMA remote lamp are in there, and he says, "Morning, Tim, happy birthday month." But he spelled the month with 7 N's. What do you think that's about? Like happy birthday month? Like kind of a vocal fry?
I suppose so.
What 4 cities are best well known for the vocal fry? Like if you're doing a Mount Rushmore of vocal fries?
L.A.,
Yeah.
the greater L.A. area. Probably... Can I throw Dallas in there?
I was going to, I was thinking Dallas.
Can I throw Dallas in there? I'm going to throw Dallas in there. Oh, man.
I think we can take a look at Scottsdale,
Yeah.
Phoenix area.
Yeah, that's a good call. Yeah. Something like a little bit like...
Okay, gaslight girl boss gatekeep.
Usually it's a lady in that
yeah,
case.
but, and then let's just have some fun and throw Vegas in there. Let's keep it West Coast.
Yeah,
that
let's do.
might be a tight read.
Okay. Well, glad we got through that.
That's a Mount Rushmore.
Yes, and we need more of those.
I agree with you on that take too. Hey, there's something of note that took place yesterday, and I'm asking this because I think it's always important to credit the source. And Martin, this is Bernie Miklasz and Tom Ackerman, and I couldn't tell. It was a video sent out by and I want to credit where I saw the video. Cardinals Stats. I follow him on the Twitter tweets. Anybody know which account this is?
Redbird Farmhands?
Might have been. This is on me because I should have gotten this. But they did an interview with. They have Ali Marmol on. It's a KMOX thing. God bless. Tip of the cap. And it's Bernie Miklasz, Tom Ackerman, and I couldn't tell who the third person was.
Could be Chris
Usually
Ranji.
Ranji. Gas House Gang?
Yes, I believe that's what it was.
And Tuesdays with Ollie.
Okay, so properly crediting, it's important. And they have Ali Marmol on, and then they have as a guest Brant Brown on. Mm-hmm. And I thought that this was a really eye-opening exchange. Did you guys? Are you guys?
I'm aware of it. Yeah, I
this
did
is one
not
of the millions of
hear it.
TikToks I was sending Jackson yesterday while he was
I think
bitching
it's
about
a
it.
stunning,
You agree with me?
stunning revelation by the hitting coach who had a rather harsh critique of Jordan Walker.
Yes. Here it is. This is from the Gas House Gang program. Bernie Miklasz, Tom Ackerman, Chris Ranji, Ali Marmol is on the Zoom as well, and Brant Brown, the hitting coach, on Jordan Walker.
On his daily structure level, is at some point in time he's going to have to devote kind of more focus on preparation. We've had long conversations with this. Is not only looking at film on the starter, but also being able to come in and the first day of a series, like just take a look at all the bullpen guys, like all the information and videos available, just so we're not like, getting snuck up on when a guy comes in. When Jordan Walker is ready to be good, like I feel like it's going to be up to him. Like we all know the potential. I don't even think he knows like the ceiling. And so all these words is like, we always talk about this is like, okay, well, this is what they're doing to you and this is what you want to do. But if you can't do what you want to do, like, what are we going to do about it? How are we going to counterattack? So just trying to continue to make the point of like how preparation, how movement patterns, how, can we counterattack? Like we're going to have to give up something to get something. So for a while, until we can show them that we can do this, like they're going to stay there. And then once you start to do it, well, then guess what? You get to come back to what you want to do because they're going to have to do something else. So like, it's just a constant game, it's a big gambit of zigging and zagging. And I just think that, he's still in zig mode and like the zag mode is just like, it's a stone's throw away. It's there. We just have to, try to keep working and have him commit to it.
Base hit there.
It's Brant Brown, and I think the beginning is the part that stands out the most.
I mean, you don't hear a hitting coach point out that a guy's not putting in the work, that he's not studying the film. And I think there's been growing frustration there, but typically these kind of things are whispered behind closed doors. And so for him to say it, to me, is the staff has hit a point of frustration. They know we always ask about Jordan Walker, and I think they're finally, here you go. Here's what's going on. You guys want to keep talking about it? And I don't think, if you listen to Brant Brown, he's not a outspoken wild man. This is not a college football coach just looking for clicks or headlines. He just gave an honest.
Whoa, that hit very close to home for some of us in the room.
He just gave an honest answer.
I imagine that it came so easy for Walker early in his career, high school career and whatnot, that he didn't have to do much except grab a bat and stand in the box. And even his rookie year in the big leagues was a good year. He had 16 homers, hit 276. But the pitchers did their preparation on him, and they got him figured out. Last year he had 201. This year 220. Almost no power. So the pitchers have got him figured out, and he's going to have to figure it out the other way if he's going to be a productive hitter at all. Because right now he's just not a guy you can confidently pencil in the lineup every day. And Lord, I thought he'd get there. I sure thought we'd see a different hitter than he is now. But he's not.
I'm fascinated how that plays out with Walker and Brant Brown, Ollie Marmol, either one of the Mo Blooms down there, whoever's in charge.
Mo Blooms.
And kind of, what does this mean moving forward? Because this was a runway year. And if the coaching staff is indicating you're not fully committed, that's a pretty big indictment.
That's a comment there, man.
I mean, you don't see that. You don't hear that. I mean, like, hey, Tony is really battling, man. He's just really struggling, scuffling. And
There were code words he had. J.D. Drew, ouchie.
He was always ouchie.
Right. Everybody else, they'd be hurt, injured. J.D. Drew, ouchie. So if you knew, you knew. But in this, wow. And like I said, Ollie Marmol is sitting there on the show. So it was that came out of nowhere. But hey, you're sitting here. It's now his third season with the big league club. I realize he's been up and down the I-55 to Memphis road, but man, that's something else when you start talking about commitment.
Yeah, I'm sure the video guy's got video ready for him. You wonder if he just refuses to watch it or refuses to sit with one of the coaches or exactly what's happening there in real time.
Guys, do you think Heim encouraged them to be so forthright? That's from Caller Ellen.
I don't think he had any role in this. I think that's just Brant Brown giving an honest answer. Brown, who came here not largely, but in part, because Albert Pujols endorsed him to the team and to Ollie, because he'd been with them briefly in L.A. with the Dodgers. So I think the team, the organization, the org, Doug, is it the org?
It's the org now.
Has bought in on Brant Brown, even though the offense is, of late not been very good. But I don't think he's doing it to just kind of shock anybody. It's just his honesty. He doesn't do a ton of interviews. I think he just gave an honest answer, and people are like, holy smokes.
Coaches throwing their player under the bus is just the next chapter in the sad decline of this once storied organization. Such a bad look. I'd take my pitcher purposefully nailing my catcher in the chest over all this garbage. Shameful, Doug. That's Sharon in Clayton.
Oh, okay, Sharon.
Yeah,
She's not happy with Brant Brown airing it out.
I think typically that stuff is kept behind closed doors. Now, it helps understand a little bit the struggles that he's having potentially. Now, he could come out and say it has nothing to do with it. But I would actually, now it's kind of like when Edmonds and LaRusse had the back and forth. Was it 2008? Edmonds made his return, and remember, Tony's like, he's on the other team now, because Edmonds had said something. I'll never forget, Strauss and I are in the clubhouse, and Tony's like, he didn't play here anymore. Nobody cares about him. He's not one of us, or something really hard. And we went over to Edmonds. We were like Mrs. Crabtree. Tony just said this, and Jim's like, I don't care. I don't play for him. And we go back. Tony, he just said, it was, now I think it's that little volley where we go back to Walker, and in all seriousness, how do you respond to this?
That just blows my mind. His parents are both extremely educated people. He was committed to Duke to play. He's got to be pretty damn smart. Seems like immaturity from the information that we have. That's from producer Joe's ass scab.
Which is a credible source, of course.
That's
who we turn to for insight.
We have the Orson Woods wacko for Missouri Quarterback News and producer Joe's ass scab for Jordan Walker News.
He's still only 23, so he's still got another year or two to figure it out. But he's going to have to get on his horse here and do it, because he's got a long way to go as it stands right now.
What's the closest comp to this? When Rasmus struggled, remember there was kind of the back and forth, but his dad was chiming in, right?
Tony Rasmus.
On message boards, and I think Tony would get
coaching him still.
And then LaRusse would get questioned about it a little bit. It got very awkward, uncomfortable. But I think this is slightly uncharted territory. You just don't see that. A prized prospect, a first-round pick, where there's been tons of discussion. And when the hitting coach basically says he's not putting in the work, there's no other way to read that than to say he's just not putting in enough work.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
pretty
I think the org as a whole is in a pretty good spot.
I didn't feel like it.
It could be there's a lot of them not putting in much work because they don't hit much.
That's a great follow-up.
Derek Gould has a story, and he followed up on what was said on the Gas House Gang with Bernie Miklasz, Tom Ackerman, and Chris Ranji when Ali Marmol was on, and this is, again, coming from Brant Brown. That is where the audio came from. I need to see Jordan have a sense of urgency for the things that need to take place in order to give him consistent results. That's Ali Marmol talking to Derek Gould of the Post-Dispatch. That goes with his move toward the ball, his preparation in the cage, but also his approach in a game. You have to start to see progress, the manager continued. I think it's important as you're evaluating the next month, you need to start to see progress and consistency. So Ali Marmol also talking about Jordan Walker and using the word preparation.
Now, could they be saying the same thing about Nolan Gorman? Because he's having a similar type year. He's played more. He's got, 8 more home runs, but the batting average, everything else, the high strikeout rate, all that's pretty similar.
And what if the answer is, he's putting in the work, he's just not very good?
Yeah.
Then they need to say that? We demand full transparency. Who's good, who's not, and why?
And does putting in the work matter? I noticed last night, I know the numbers are skewed a little bit with the A's because of the park they're playing in this year, but the first 5 hitters in the Oakland lineup all have considerably better offensive numbers than anyone on the Cardinals. Not even close. The first 5 guys in the lineup. No, I don't know if they're just playing in a bandbox. It must just be it's either a bandbox out there or the A's have got really good hitting and lousy pitching.
If you would have been aware of the bandbox in Oakland, I think the prime ministers would be joining us in the playoffs this week. But instead, you're on the sidelines watching the Southside Seamen do their thing.
Well, I had some computer glitches. I got hit with a Trojan horse and wiped out a lot of my numbers.
Otherwise, your team would have been chock full of A's.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Jordan Walker said, I don't think it's ever comfortable changing what you're used to. And that's kind of how it is right now. I do want to see results, obviously. Getting back to where I was right after the All-Star break, I think I really liked my approach there. Working with Brant Brown is the best answer that I have. This all is a byproduct of this conversation that took place during Ali Marmol's weekly appearance on the Gas House Gang.
So he did speak. So Walker was asked about those comments, it appears.
Marmol invited Brown to join him on the show, and Brown discussed how he's urging hitters to use more of the field, how he's asking them to get uncomfortable against fastballs in the batting cage, and to even change their lingo. He suggested adopting, quote, be all over or ambush instead of sell out when talking about how to key a pitcher's specific pitch. Some of the conversation focused on Walker, his swing changes, and his recurring struggles. So that goes back to the audio that we played earlier from KMOX, quote, on his daily structure level. At some point, he is going to have to devote more focus on preparation. And that is certainly of the minute of audio or so that we played. The one when you start talking about effort and or preparation, that's a little more damning than struggling. When Jordan Walker is ready to be good, we all know the potential. I don't even think he knows the ceiling. That's Brant Brown.
Well, they better unlock that potential soon, because I don't know how many more years you can go through like this. As an outfielder, you just can't have an outfielder who doesn't hit at all. You can't go with that. So I don't know how much longer the leash is going to be before you decide, well, we couldn't get through with the guy. Couldn't get through to him.
Well, I don't think it's upping his trade value, so
no.
Hopefully he works it out here.
If he wasn't a first-round pick, I'm sure he wouldn't be here. He'd still be in the minors trying to figure it out. But the first-round picks who get lots of money to sign, they get a lot of runway, as we say.
Runway, the theme of the 2025 campaign. Adam Wainwright going to join us. Ask him about his thoughts. That's coming up here in a matter of about 5 minutes on TMA. At the bottom of the hour, he'll join us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Jeremy Rutherford for his first appearance of the upcoming season. Brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. He takes two-part questions, Doug.
Oh, okay. That's
in
nice.
the Air Comfort Service text inbox. If you're feeling a little sluggish, if you've been putting on weight, those can be symptoms of low testosterone. That's where Mentality can help you out. Mentality, longtime sponsor of TMA. I went out there. I got tested. Men, have you or your family seen a change in you? Not quite yourself anymore, struggling to focus, no energy for the people you love. Put it this way, if your bedroom could talk, would it have anything to brag about? It could be you're getting older or work stress, or the undeniable fact that we've all become our kids' personal unpaid Uber drivers. It could also be your testosterone calling it quits and you never got the memo. Well, Mentality can help you change that. Mentality Health is hosting a free men's health fair at their Chesterfield clinic on Saturday, September 6th from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Stop by and get a free blood draw and free in-body assessment to see what's really going on inside that body of yours. This event's open to anyone who wants to get back to being you. Spouses, family, friends, they're all welcome, so you don't have to do it alone. Afterwards, you'll schedule a consultation with their medical team who will work on a plan tailored for you. You won't get a page full of numbers. You'll get real insights to help you get control of your testosterone so you can start feeling like yourself again, whether it's low energy, weight gain, or just that feeling something's off. Mentality can help, so stop being tired of being tired. Get back to the guy you used to be. Visit mentalityhealth.com and reserve your spot today. That's mentalityhealth.com and their free health fair this Saturday from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. in Chesterfield. Adam Wainwright joining us next on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And Doug, it is our pleasure to welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines right here on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel, the great Adam Wainwright. Morning, Adam.
Morning. How y'all doing?
We're wonderful. How are you doing? What's going on?
Oh, I just dropped kids off at school, and I'm headed to my little men's Bible study group. And, yeah, that's what I'm doing. Then I'm going to get packed up, and I'm going to fly to St. Louis in the next couple of days. I don't want to tell you exactly when, because I know there's a guy named Jacob out there listening to this, and he'll be there if I tell him exactly when.
Oh,
Is
no.
that right?
Oh, you got a little situation going on?
Nah, there's a few of them. There's, you know the guys.
You are you lugging a trophy around right now? Are you wearing like a home run derby belt? How are you celebrating your new title?
I'm glad you brought that up. Let's talk about that for
Okay.
That was a fun time, man. The Home Run Derby X, I think eventually we're going to see that on the MLB channel probably in the next year or two. It is too much fun for everybody involved. The players love it. The fans love it. It is just a blast, man. It is so fun. And I trained for that for 3 weeks in a row, just hitting 3 or 4 times a week. My local high school here, Glenn Academy, where I went to school, my alma mater, those coaches, they got me ready, man. They would take an hour out, switching back and forth, and then the last 2 weeks I had the same coach take his lunch every day to throw me batting practice. So, man, I owe a lot to them. It was fun, though. I was glad that we won.
Home Run Derby X was an MLB organized 3-on-3 baseball tournament. You're basically swinging for the fences. It was you and Ankiel, and then each team had a softball player, co-ed.
Each team had the freshman of the year last year from the University of Florida, Taylor Schumacher, and then the other teams had professional softball players on their teams. But Taylor represented well, man. She did great. She was consistent, solid. It's an interesting format. It's really fun. I love the little rules about it. But you know what? At the end of the day, me and Hank and Taylor, we beat the Cubs. We whooped the Cubs, and then we beat the Yankees by 1 in the finals. But it's fun to see. Manny Ramirez was there, and Nick Swisher, and Johnny Gomes, a lot of big-time home run hitters in the big leagues, and it's fun to bring the title home over those guys.
Huh. Did you hit a lot of home runs as a hitter in your high school days?
I mean, not compared to like Jackson Holiday or somebody or Ethan Holiday, but yeah, I mean, I hit well. I was almost drafted as a hitter. I was a second-round hitter. I had a couple teams looking at me in the first round. Cleveland Indians and Pittsburgh Pirates were considering me at, I think it was like 19 and picked 21 to be an outfielder. But, you know, as I got older and my eyes got worse and we stopped taking BP the same like we always used to, it got a little harder, you know, and it got a little harder to see the spin, and it got a little hard. I mean, if you're not hitting every day, you're not hitting big league pitchers. That's just all there is to it.
Career home runs for Adam Wainwright. Doug, what do you think, Doug? How many in the big leagues? Tim, what do you think?
I'll say 15.
I was going to say 15 too, so I'll say 16 and Price is Right you.
Okay.
10, 75 RBIs in the career. You got mad when they brought that DH in, I remember.
I did, but, you know, I don't think I hit any home runs after 2017. That was from 18, 19, 20, and 21. I didn't hit any home runs, and that bothered me so much. God, that bothered me. But, you know, I missed hitting. I missed hitting because it made you feel like a complete baseball player. But also the NL game, and I've been explaining this to a lot of different people lately that don't understand this. The NL game, not that y'all don't, I'm sure you have full understanding. But
Oh gosh, yeah.
the NL game is a better game, and let me tell you why. There's obviously the big reason I liked hitting. That's obvious. But take that aside. All right, let's look at it from a manager standpoint. All right, your pitchers they're on the on deck circle. They got 85 pitches. It's the 6th inning, and they're winning by 1. But you got a short pin, and so you got to make that decision. All right, do I hit for him here and then risk not being able to bring it home with a short pin? Or do I let him go and try to get me one more inning because I only got 2 guys at the back end that can make this thing really happen like I wanted to? All right, from the other side, the other side's manager looks at it and goes, okay, their pitcher's got 85 pitches. Is he going to hit for him here? Because I got this guy in the bullpen swarming up, and if he hits for him, then I can counteract with this arm, blah, blah, blah. All right, now that's obvious, right? But look at it from the pitcher standpoint. Pitcher standpoint looks over and says, all right, pitcher's on the on-deck circle, and he stinks at hitting. The 8-hole's been hot lately, so maybe I walk him. I got first base open. Maybe I pitch him really tough, and I walk him. I face the pitcher. All right, but there's 2 outs, so I kind of would like to start off the next inning with that pitcher up there if I can. But it's a 2-1 game. I don't know. And then, oh, by the way, he's got 85 pitches, so if I pitch this guy, I end up walking him to get to the pitcher, then are they going to hit for him? And then who are they going to hit for him? Because would I rather face this 8-hole than that pinch hitter? And which pinch hitter is it? Is it a lefty? Has he got pop? Like all these things, man, I love those things. I love that. There's just a lot of cool stuff that happens in those decisions. That's the chess game that was the National League that's not anymore.
Man, I could not agree with you more. I feel like we are in the minority on that perspective, but I loved that element of strategy. I'm going to take you back to a game. Maybe this will resonate with you. Maybe this will be a total airball. But because you were the starting pitcher, you might remember it a little better than maybe some of your teammates. Game 5, 2012 at Washington. And I know that start didn't go the way you wanted, but it wound up being an absolute classic Cardinal comeback and a move that I was observing. And I was actually texting with Mark Mulder and Matt Vasgersian, who were doing MLB stuff or ESPN stuff, while it was going on. And then I asked Tony La Russa about it a year or 2 later when we were hanging out at spring training. Davey Johnson was the manager of the Nationals. I'm not trying to call him out, but if memory serves, Adam, Jason Mott was on deck, and had he pitched around, I think it was Pete Kozma, Mott would have had to been pulled from the game, and I think the Cardinals only had 1 pitcher left, and I think it was either Shelby Miller or Fernando Salas, and that would have forced the move. And it was just, I remember asking La Russa about it. He goes, man, that was so obvious Stevie Wonder would have seen it. And it's that strategy that you lose now with the DH. I don't know if you recall that, but it's those kinds of moves that implemented some maneuvers that were so key. And I think it played a role in the 2011 World Series as well, where La Russa, I think, outmanaged Ron Washington.
Well, it was probably an easy decision, but also you had to look at that season. Pete Kozma was not known for his bat, so that might not have been like he probably thought his closer could handle that situation. But I think anytime you put a big league hitter up there, as opposed to you make the other team, you probably always make that team make the decision. But there's back to my point though, was who was the pinch hitter that would have come in for Mott? Would you rather face Pete Kozma, who's a light hit and 8-hole hitter, or would you rather face that pinch hitter? Those are the decisions that come into question. You're not going to face Mott. That's not happening. But at the end of the day, by the way, I was tipping my pitches that game. Look back to game 1. I pitched 5 innings, struck out 10 with a higher pitch count, but only gave up 1 run. The next time, those guys were on every breaking ball I threw. And if they didn't see breaking ball, they knew fastballs. Man, that hurt my feelings that game until Carlos Beltran told me about that I was tipping. But yeah, those are the decisions that I miss about the National League for sure.
What are the kinds of things that pitchers do that tip pitches that let a hitter know what's coming?
Well, like for example, for me in that game, as I took as I started my delivery, when I brought my front arm up. To me and you, this will sound like it's pretty late in the game, but it's really not. As I brought my front arm up, my glove was wide open on curveballs, and it was squeezed really tight on breaking balls or on fastballs. So after game 1, they saw that on film somewhere, or a player pointed it out. Those guys were going up there and looking for tight glove, and if they didn't see tight glove, they were sitting fastball. If they didn't see tight glove, they knew, all right, let's wait back and wait on this breaking ball. Now, they may have had it game 1 too, but threw it. It was one of those games in the shadows.
Yes.
And I threw a lot of those bounced breaking balls. Like I just kept chasing. I'm like, God, these guys are chasing everything, man. I can't believe these guys are chasing everything. So I just kept bouncing. They kept swinging. And then the next game, I'm like, these guys can't hit breaking balls. And so I threw a couple strike breaking balls that got whacked, you know. And so, man, that's another cool thing about the big leagues is you have to be willing to adjust. You have to be willing to, all right, what happened there? Was it execution? Was it poor location? Or was I giving something away? And in that game, you know, Beltran pulled me aside in the next year and said, dude, or the next series and said, man, look, you gotta change this up. I would be hitting all kinds of bombs off you right now if I was facing you. I was like, oh my gosh, okay, it's good to know.
And then that's what you said to Beltran. Well, kind of ironic since you had a big at bat and you didn't hit one off me. I'm just saying.
That's not what Adam Wainwright would say.
No, that's what I would say.
That's what you would say if you were Adam Wainwright.
Correct.
But there's lots of ways that you give it away. Some guys set higher on fastballs or breaking balls. Some guys flare their gloves on their changeup. Some guys, I saw a guy in the minor leagues and the big leagues named Reniel Pinto who pitched for the Marlins who should have been great. But the problem was he tipped every pitch with his legs before he even started his delivery. He would come set. On curveballs, he'd bring his leg really low, and on fastballs, he'd bring his leg really high to come set. And hitter's like, all right, I'll get back in the box, or, man, I'll move up in the box. And my ears hurt every time he pitched. And he was throwing 95 with a nasty breaking ball back in the day. So these guys know what's coming. It makes it very hard for the pitcher.
I think we always heard that Edmonds was good at noting that for like teammates. And you think of like Jimmy, hey, why are we playing? It's cold out. And but actually he's locked in.
Baseball savant.
Yeah, and because he would walk around saying, I don't want to go to BP, Tony. The people thought he wasn't locked in, but did he ever help you with that?
Yeah, Jimmy's he's a showman, right? So Jimmy was going to make the catch and do 4 rolls and then stand up and kind of stretch and have the trainer and Tony run all the way out to center field. And then, he would stay in the game and everybody would give him a standing O. He loved that kind of stuff. But, Jimmy Edmonds is one of the greatest center fielders to ever live. And he always made that catch and always got the best jumps off the ball. I mean, that catch he made when Suppan was pitching in the playoffs was one of the greatest things ever.
Game 7 against the Astros, Ausmus.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible. But Jimmy, one time I was throwing a bullpen session down in Jupiter, Florida, right out there outside of the clubhouse, right there between field 1 and the clubhouse. And Jim's sitting at the table inside and eating his eggs or cereal or whatever he's eating, and he's looking through the door and then through that green screen that's on the backside of the bullpen mound there. And he walks out around the side with a bowl in his hand and said, hey, Dunk, Wayno's tipping his changeup. And he walked back inside and sat down. I said, Dunk, what am I doing? And he goes, I don't know. Go ask him. And so I was like, all right, I'll ask him after the bullpen. He goes, go ask him right now so we can work on it, idiot. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And so I ran inside and I'm like, all right, show me what I'm doing. And I was doing something with the tilt of my glove. Now, it wasn't like I was flaring it, but I was tilting it different as I took the sign. And he could see that from inside through the green screen eating his cereal. So, yeah, there's guys. That's kind of a lost art now. Guys aren't doing that as much. But some of the veterans are, and it's still a game changer if you have a guy like that on your team.
How about that?
When you have a guy who's that good, and does he get away with being a showman, or do guys still give him a hard time for it?
Oh, no. Look, anything is okay if you're playing great, I mean, anything. You can act like a total knucklehead and make everyone laugh like crazy while you're hitting 290 with, playing great defense. But you go out there and act the same way and hit 220, you're not funny anymore. I mean, that's just the way it is in the big leagues. But Jim was afforded those kinds of things because, one, it was a great show, and 2, he was incredible player, one of the smartest players I ever played with, top 3 for sure.
Adam's part of the Confluence Music Festival Saturday, the Xfinity race at Worldwide Technology Raceway, and the post-race music featuring Adam Wainwright and the Tip Pitches. You don't have a band name, do you? That'd be a good one.
No, not the tip pitches.
Okay,
No, I don't want to think about those things.
All right.
Yeah, I do have one of the greatest bands in the world for sure. I mean, I have pulled artists from some of the greatest bands of all time. You know, my keys player plays with Garth Brooks. My drummer plays with Eric Pasley. My lead guitar until very recently played with Brooks and Dunn and Reba, and I mean, just incredible band. But I'm very blessed to have them. But they are not going to be named the tip pitchers.
No, I was kidding, of course. Are you going to stick around? Because Bill Murray is the Grand Marshal, and then he plays with his band on Sunday morning. I didn't know Bill Murray. It says Bill Murray and his Blood Brothers are playing Sunday morning. Have you met Bill before?
I have met Bill. I met him in London. He's been in Chicago at Wrigley a few times, too. I never got to shake his hand, but in London, when he was there watching the Cubs cards, I got to talk to him for a good while. Great man, huge baseball fan, unfortunately a Cubs fan, but really knowledgeable about the game. He really knows what's going on and follows it real closely.
Adam Wainwright, our guest here on TMA 101 ESPN. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Always good to talk it over with the Cardinal legend. I want to ask you, I don't know how familiar you are with this, as you probably are not, but the hitting coach, Brant Brown, was on KMOX yesterday, and he said this with regard to Jordan Walker. We have the comments, but do you want to play them for Adam Jackson? Is that something that you're able to do?
Yeah, I can play him the first part.
Okay, take a listen to this, Adam, so you can hear it. This is Brant Brown, Ali Marmol's on with him, and Bernie Miklasz, Tom Ackerman, and Chris Ranji.
On his daily structure level, is at some point in time he's going to have to devote kind of more focus on preparation. We've had long conversations with this. Is not only looking at film on the starter, but also being able to come in and the first day of a series, just take a look at all the bullpen guys, all the information and videos available, just so we're not getting snuck up on when a guy comes in. When Jordan.
So he's talking about preparation. I know you only spent one season with him, but you did get to be a teammate of Jordan Walker's. What is your opinion on those comments regarding preparation, and then what you have seen from Jordan Walker, Adam?
Well, let me say this. I don't know Brant personally, but I know he's been doing a great job with that group of young hitters. I mean, that was a great addition to the coaching staff. I mean, usually you like these kind of things to stay in-house, but I will tell you for a fact that these conversations have been going on in-house for years. It's not anything that these coaches staff, the guys on the coaching staff have been grinding, trying to figure out how to relate to players and how to preach into them so that they kind of get it. Jordan came up when he was really young, had nothing but a lot of success all the way until then. And so sometimes when you get a young player who has had nothing but success, when they struggle, sometimes it can be hard for them to make changes because they've always done it one way and they've always had success. And so why would I change something? I will say that it's Jordan is a guy who has a lot of talent, but he has holes. Just looking at his swing, looking at his bat path, it's pitchable. I'm just being honest. It's very pitchable. And so, guys know what, big league pitchers, they know who those guys are. They know what those holes are, and they're going to exploit them until hitters can make, and this is not a call on Jordan. This is every hitter, but pitchers will attack those holes until a hitter shows that they can cover those holes. And Jordan hasn't, to this point, showed the ability to cover those holes yet. And I think in the preparation, what Brant's talking about is look, we got to, it's been a couple years now. He's not like the big top prospect guy anymore. It's been a couple years. And after a few years, sadly, you kind of people, that's who you are. You get a few years, 1 year, whatever, you might have bad, but if it's a couple years in a row, then, that's who you are, and you need to adjust. And I think that's where Jordan is. And it's okay to say that. I don't think there's any hurt feelings in there because this is being said to him every day. This is being said to him by a lot of different people, and this is being said to a lot of hitters around Major League Baseball, not just Jordan, but it's part of baseball. You have to be willing to make adjustments. And I'll tell you this right now for a fact, the guys who don't make adjustments don't stick around in the big leagues. It's just the truth of the game.
I was trying to think of a first-round pick where there's a little frustration at their development. I was thinking Colby Rasmus maybe, and it was complicated. His dad would comment at times, and Tony would get asked about it. And what do you remember about that era where Colby was kind of under the microscope, somewhat like this?
Yeah, I would say that was a different situation because he had a lot of pressure coming on him from his dad every single day. You know, Colby would get done with the game going 2 for 4. Or one time I remember for true story, he went 3 for 4 with a home run and 1 strikeout. And I came through and I saw his dad and I said, "Hey, great game from Colby today." And he said, "Yeah, but what about that strikeout?" I mean, that was kind of how there was never any positive reinforcement coming from Dad in that situation. And Dad was always there. You know, he was always there. He would get done with a game and his dad would get him in the batting cage for 2 hours until finally Tony and the staff just said, "Hey, listen, you're not allowed in here anymore. You got to let my guy play the game. You got to let him rest. He's got to be able to recover." And that was a little different situation. I think what you're talking about is the talent level was big time. And Colby, to his credit, had a lot of power. Colby ended up hitting a lot of home runs. Played pretty good with Tampa before he retired. I mean, Colby was a good player. Colby could have been a great player, but Colby didn't love the game. I think Jordan really likes the game. He just has to make some adjustments. He just, with his swing path the way it is, there's holes there that you can exploit as a big league pitcher, and he's just got to make some adjustments. But that's okay. I mean, he's still very young and still very possible. I think Ollie. By the way, I was up to date on all that, and I think Ollie at the end of it said it. By no means am I giving up on this guy. I still believe in him wholeheartedly, and I think everyone does. He just has to make some adjustments. There's nothing wrong with that.
You talk about Rasmus and his father. How often is that an issue where a player's parent might become a problem? Does that happen very often in the major leagues?
No, it's pretty rare.
I would think.
Pretty rare.
Yeah, it's a little league thing.
That's a very rare situation.
Yeah. Still probably uncomfortable for everyone involved, I would think.
Yeah.
I think all these Mizzou guys on this show are afraid to say it to Adam, but he's probably excited that his Bulldogs don't have to face your Tigers this year. He probably didn't want to admit it, but
maybe they'll face each other in Atlanta,
yeah.
Martin. I'm
That's
sure
right.
Adam's thinking that.
That's right.
Yeah, there's a chance of that. There's 2 good teams right there, and Alabama did not look great the other day.
How about
I was
that?
reading the comments from one of their big boosters the other day that just, they've gotten a little sloppy with their preparation and the rules have kind of gone by the wayside, and it's just not Alabama style. And so that's what happens when you got to. There's people who are great because of systems. There's systems that are great because of rules. There's systems that are great because of philosophies and ways of doing things. And I think it's just one game, but it looked possibly like they may have gotten away from who they are a little bit. So
I'm telling you, to allow 250 yards on the ground and they only get 75 themselves, that is off-brand, man.
Yeah, that's way off-brand. So, but Mizzou looks strong. They look good, and I like that coach. It's going to be interesting to see if they can keep him.
Eli Drinkwitz has got Missouri fans buzzing this weekend against Kansas. Are you going to go to Alabama at Georgia on September 27th, or will you be locked in on the Ryder Cup?
Good question. Both great choices. I'll definitely be locked in on Ryder Cup whether I'm at the Georgia game or not. That end of September and October is very busy for me. Really, really, really busy for me with baseball and shows. So we'll see. I'm probably going to watch those on TV.
Yeah, that's a great weekend. College football's incredible that weekend, and you got the Ryder Cup. Playoffs get going in baseball. It's a whole thing. Adam Wainwright, you're making your way to St. Louis, correct?
Yes, but at an undisclosed time. I can't tell you.
That's right,
when,
because
but,
Doug, this is
I will be,
Jacob. Jacob is on alert.
I'll be hosting 2013 was our first year, so I think this is the 13th year of us doing this. Our big league fantasy football event at Busch Stadium. It is just my favorite event of the year. It is so fun. We have registrations closed now, but the kickoff event's this Friday. Andre Palante, Matt Swanson, John King, Robbie Thomas, who else? Lars Nootbaar, Kyle Gibson. There's going to be a lot of Cardinals there, and Robbie's there, obviously. So representing the Blues as well. But it's just such a great time. We're going to be playing some catch on the field. We're going to be hanging out and drafting together and playing fantasy football against each other all year. But it's all supporting Big League Impact, the charity foundation I started in 2013 with my brother Trey, and I think we've raised over $13 million to this point. It's been a true blessing and something I'm very proud of. But the event's this weekend, and I can't wait, and I can't wait to see guys out there at the racetrack for the Confluence concert on Saturday either. It's going to be a great time.
After the Xfinity race, stick around. Worldwide Technology Raceway, Adam Wainwright on the midway stage performing. A texter said, how about the Uncle Charlie's? Adam Wainwright, you can name. We're naming the band, even though he doesn't need a name for his band. Matt, final thought, Matt Holliday on the show tomorrow. Any message you'd like to send to your good buddy Matt, who comes on here and likes to make fun of us?
Right.
Well, I'm in 2 fantasy football leagues with Matt, and I can't wait to whip him.
Nice.
Although he won one of my leagues last year, which I really don't like, because he does these little subtle jabs about winning that are, it doesn't come across as cocky unless you really know him, and then you know how cocky it is. But he's a great dude, one of my best friends, and one of the Cardinal greats.
Which website do you guys use? I'm curious what the MLB alumni use. We use Yahoo. Do you like Yahoo?
We used to be CBS people, and then we switched over to ESPN when I was done, and now we're on an app called Sleeper. So
Sleeper.
I use Sleeper.
Oh, really?
You could launch a rocket into space with how many bells and whistles this app has.
Is that right?
It's unbelievable.
Wow.
It is pretty cool, though.
all right, guys, I got to head out.
All right, we'll let Jacob know. Thanks, Adam.
All right, see ya.
That's Adam Wainwright with us on the program, and he is headed to St. Louis. But Doug, undisclosed time and location.
Stalker issue.
Yeah,
Always good when the guy says, I got to go.
yeah.
Right as I turn on my mic.
Jackson turns on his mic.
Too long.
That'll do it. All right, no, that's Jackson. Okay, gotta go.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that sleeper. Yeah, okay, guys.
Damn, that hurt. There was a moment, 3 or 4 years ago, right when we got to Hubbard, we had Ric Flair on TMA, and where I was working in my back booth, the mic.
I remember that. I forgot all about this.
For whatever reason, the microphone wasn't connected to the phone. Only my microphone wasn't connected to the phone line, so I started asking Ric Flair a question, and halfway through, all Rick can hear is dead air, and so he just is like, "You guys ever see the documentary about?" I was like, "Oh my god." That was tied for first there. Right there.
Tough spot. Jackson goes, yeah, I know the app.
Yeah.
I love the app. You can launch a rocket into space with it. All right, I got to go, boys.
Oh, that was a half-hour interview.
Damn.
He had to go. It had nothing to do with you.
No, I know.
But
But that's how that's how we will portray it for years to come.
That's how the emails will come in today.
Yeah.
What about when Pale asked Adam Wainwright a question?
I just had a brief aside.
Speaking of which, Martin, my clock management was so good yesterday that we didn't have time for the design, air, heating, and cooling email today.
That's hard to do.
Yeah, it was with 4 hours, but here we are.
You and Dion.
That's right.
Peppered for his clock management.
Correct. So email in. We're going to make sure we have the time today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the design, air, heating, and cooling email. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com. That's Seth Goldcamp and his team. If you run into any issues with your heating and cooling system, DesignAirService.com. Longest running sponsor on TMA. And Martin is a client, Doug is a client, and I'm a client as well. And Doug, we are in the midst of the greatest weather stretch in the history of St. Louis.
Feels like it, yeah. You can't get any better.
For Columbia, Missouri, Saturday, Rock Chalk Jayhawk in town, 75 and sunny. I mean, today's the hottest day in the forecast, and it's 83 degrees. I feel like somebody's horse plowing me.
No one is.
The next week, it's just sunny and temperatures in the mid to upper 70s. Unbelievable. Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Support the sponsors and Seth Goldcamp and his team, longest running sponsor on TMA. We head into the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Jeremy Rutherford's going to be possibly in studio, brought to you by Mark Hanna, taking your two-part questions in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. This program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Wandolph Chevrolet and Johnny Wandolph Autoplex. Cardinals win yesterday, defeating the Athletics. Back in action today against the A's with a 6:45 p.m. first pitch with Matthew Liberatore taking the mound for the Cardinals. That was their Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Wandolph Chevrolet and Johnny Wandolph Autoplex. See them at wandolph.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, what do you think the music theme is here?
I wouldn't even hazard a guess on this one.
Is this the 2025 Lemmings Open theme song?
Oh, let's say it is. And New Edition got a street named after them in Boston.
Oh, did they really?
So
Called New Edition Avenue?
it's New Edition Day in Boston. And they had a street.
Sounds like you're learning about this as you read it.
I just saw the headline. And then,
that's why you have this as the music theme?
Yeah.
But you don't know about it.
New Edition Way. It's at the corner of Ambrose and Albany,
Oh, sure.
near
right there in
Orchard
Boston.
Gardens.
And that's the theme today?
Yeah. Well, that's the theme for right now.
For right now. Tim, that's the theme for
Music
right
theme.
now.
Right now.
Craig Kilborn would do highlights on Sports Center late night, and he'd say, reading these for the first time.
I don't think I ever have to justify playing some New Edition.
No, you
Oh,
really
this guy.
certainly do not.
He is mad about the way the Wainwright interview ended. And it's carrying over to the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. But the texters have not forgotten. Uncle Charlie knows when the dog hater starts talking, it's time to go. That's from the 314.
Yeah. Yeah, wear that.
Now, Martin, Adam Welly in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat paid you a compliment. It said, did Martin do I get some raise? This is his best interview ever for this show. I think that was a compliment. But, Doug, there were some words that
It didn't really.
that didn't make sense.
very well in the
but then
English
Harrison's
language.
brother Master, Jackson and Martin, tough look in the interview. And I'm thinking,
Okay, block him. Block him. We've pretty much had it with this guy, right?
it has been about 10, 12 years.
Shall we block him?
No, it's
I'm
fine.
going to suspend him.
He didn't like the tip pitches, Adam. I think Adam Wainwright and his band, he needs a band
Oh,
name, and we were
okay.
talking tip pitches. I thought it was kind of a fun. Good one, Martin. Sit this one out. Zip it.
Stephen Boundbrook, what's up, Steve?
You can join TMA at the return of the Lemmings Open. Just announced it yesterday, Friday, October 3rd at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort, brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Get your foursome together to join Tim, Martin, Doug, and Jackson for a day out on the course, including breakfast from Donut Drive and lunch from Lion's Choice, an after party with food from Small Sliders, and all your Michelob Ultra beer and seltzers. Registration opens this Friday morning at 8 a.m. with a portion of the proceeds benefiting Birdies for Bipolar. Find all the Lemmings Open information now at 101ESPN.com. Lemmings Open, Doug, that is a month from today. Hello again, everybody.
That's always a fun time.
Yeah.
Be a good time.
Yeah, it's compression season. Jackson always compresses the ball in the fall.
So, well, I'm more interested in the food, and there's going to be a lot of it out there, right?
Yeah. Donut Drive-In, Lion's Choice, and Small Sliders.
Yes, please.
Fatten up for the winter.
I could gain 10
What if
pounds.
they're a Jackson Lemming but would like to play? Do they have to be a Tim Lemming to qualify?
Yeah, there is a qualifier.
On that Monday? You have to show up at
I
Oak
think it's
Valley
at, I think it's at Boone Valley and Old Warson because of the size of the field. They have two different locations to qualify for the Lemmings Open.
And there'll be one qualifier from either course?
Yeah, at the most.
One champion from, okay.
Correct. Yeah, one medalist.
And they will be allowed to play in this Shishawali tournament.
Bow! Bow!
Sorry. I'm sure it'll be a fine turnout. It'll
Thank
be a
you.
fun time. It always is.
Do they have to shoot a target score and then also declare fealty to you?
That's correct. Just declare their loyalty. Take the knee, like the Plowhawk had to with
Harrison
Bader, who, by the way, is on a heater since joining the Phillies. Have you seen that?
Yes.
No. He's become a god in Philadelphia.
Yeah, absolutely.
They love him in Philadelphia.
Remember that run, that postseason run he had with the Yankees,
Yep.
too? Dialed it up.
Hey, Tim, do you want to go to the Stiefel Classic on Friday with me and Doug and make out under some trees? That's from Mr. Siders.
Mr. Siders, you just got yourself suspended for a poor suggestion. Suspended for a period of 2 days' time. And your name right now, as we speak, is going into the suspension log. You'll know. I don't expect it does feel very good. It's not supposed to. Mr. Siders.
I would love to do that. I didn't know, Doug, you were planning on doing it. And I don't take this as a personal affront to you that I won't be joining you and Mr. Siders to make out under some trees. But I'm heading to Columbia, Missouri on Friday afternoon, brother. Jackson, give me a restaurant to go to. Take my betrothed.
So you went
Careful because Jacob might show up.
different than 44 Canteen?
Yeah, we went there last Friday night, and the maitre d', she was interested in my betrothed, and I loved being a little cuckled on the Davenport watching it.
Gosh.
You can't go wrong with that joint. I really like Broadway Brewery. That's a good spot. People are high on that Tellers. People like that Teller. If you're looking for a little more upscale, because there's like obviously.
What about me makes you think I'm looking for something upscale?
What about El Ranchero? Is it El Rancho?
El Rancho?
It's where you go after your
I don't even know if they're open before 11 p.m.
Oh, I would hope so.
What about the diner with Eunice?
The diner wasn't a big thing when I was there. I know it was always like there
Because
right
you guys
by,
weren't hungry from all the
what's
Adderall?
the bar? Shiloh's, right next to Shiloh's,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. That whole area was just never like well populated, I felt, because it's at the bottom of a hill.
Doug, you know how it is. We're at the bottom of a hill.
Well, the patio, you're like looking uphill. I didn't
you
like
want to
it.
look uphill?
The Tellers is good.
You could make a whole TV show, reality show out of El Rancho.
Yeah.
What stumbles in there, and the mounds of food you eat, and then the
Wild
near-death
scene.
experience afterwards.
Are you want to stay down? You want to eat downtown? I assume.
You know, with me, I'm a meat and potatoes guy, and I'm kind of a. I'll go with the flow.
Go to Murray's. Love Murray's.
Doppler Dave?
Yeah, absolutely.
Pinkel Patrol?
I don't know of a more darkly lit restaurant in America. If you can find it, send
Murray's
it to me.
with no
unless you're
A.
eating in a cave.
Murray's with no A. That's right, Martin.
But it's good. Really, chicken wings are great.
It's a jazz restaurant.
Oh
Is
yeah,
Harvest
live
Moon
jazz.
still there?
Harvest Moon.
Harvest Moon, that was the upscale restaurant next to Harpo's when I was there. Is that long gone?
No, the
Probably.
restaurant next to Harpo's is Pizza Tree.
Oh, well, they changed it.
Getting a lot. Boy, I'll tell you what, the Air Comfort Service text inbox, Doug, would you say it's spinning like a lathe?
Yeah, I would think so, yeah.
I mean, the texts are coming up. Boy, a lot of Flat Branches.
Yeah, Flat Branch is a great
I
place.
lived right next door to Flat Branch. Is that 97,
I just
98?
don't.
Me and Matt Poling, Martin.
The great Matt Poling.
That's
Consistent green chili beer.
I may or may not have ran a sports book out of that apartment. I think the statute of limitations is up. Never had more money in my life. Chairman Kurt, what do we have going on here?
We've got the legend of Columbia on the line.
The
And
Legend of Columbia is on the...
being the legend that he is, he's got a food recommendation for you.
Legend of Columbia, you were on 101 ESPN.
Hey, guys. Hey, yeah, I had to call in. You guys definitely, if you're looking for upscale, the very best place to go in Columbia is the CC City Broiler off of Forum. They have the best steak. And if you get there at 5 o'clock, if you can, ask for the Gary steak. It's like a 25-ounce boneless ribeye. It's phenomenal.
Is it named after Gary Pinkel?
I don't know who he named it after, but I have met the owner from many years ago. I used to actually do Uber when Uber was still young. I would Uber and make $1,200 a weekend, but I drive the owner, and he actually brings in his seafood from Florida on his airplane. You guys own jet.
Wow, Doug, we got to get a restaurant in Columbia.
I'm more interested in about the $1,200 a weekend you made driving Uber. That's pretty
I'm
good.
telling you, yeah. And during homecoming, I made $2,000 in like 36 hours, and that was when surges. If you were there, it was like $100 to go like 4 miles because everybody in God's green earth was trying to get an Uber out of there. Oh my gosh, it was the easiest money, and I'd get laughed at work. I was working at Veterans United. And I'd come in on the weekend. It's a good job to have. And I'd come in, they're like, what'd you do this weekend? I was like, I Ubered. And they're like, do you make any money doing that? And I'd show them my pay. They didn't believe me. I showed them, it was like $2,000 that one weekend. And they didn't laugh at me after that.
No,
How did you become the legend of Columbia?
That's right. Man, 20 years. This is my 21st fall. And I worked the last MUKU football game. I was an intern for ABC. It started there, and I've kind of worked throughout mid-Missouri, and I got a lot of stories downtown, so maybe you'll see me downtown.
Nice.
I've always got the aviator shades. I've got my own legend apparel. You'll see me downtown.
What do you mean you got stories downtown? Give us one.
He calls himself the legend of Columbia.
All right, so for real, this is real. It's going to be, because I'm going to try to open up a restaurant called Legends, which there was one 20 years ago, but I want to open up a Chicago restaurant in Columbia and be open until 4 a.m. Mm-hmm. So anyway, 3 years ago, I got sober. I went face first off my motorcycle right outside a field house. And I stayed sober, but I'm one of those crazy ones that still like to go to the bar. And I'm kind of like a guy just looking out for his town. And I just go out. I go out to all the different restaurants. I'm building a marketing brand. And as soon as I'm able to get the capital, I'm going to open up a Chicago restaurant downtown. And all the college kids are going to remember me because I hang out with them. And I do all this stuff downtown. And I'm a homer. I go to the Missouri women's basketball games. I was a huge Sophie fan. I got her on social media, all that. So it's gonna
Sounds like it could be creepy. Do you live in Columbia? Are you listening in Columbia?
I've lived there for 20 years, yeah.
Okay, so you're dialed into this show, and we just happened to bring up Como food options, so this was perfect.
Yes, optimal.
Oh, it's coming. And it's going to be open until 4 a.m. when I get open. So,
Legends is you're going to get a 4 a.m. liquor license.
No liquor, just food. Chicago takeout, the best.
A lot of people looking to eat dinner at 4 a.m.?
Yes, there's a lot of stoners and a lot of drinkers, and there's 20,000 kids from Chicago.
Yeah, it is a large Chicago presence now. So Murray's, or you said CC's City Broiler, that's your recommendation?
CC City Broiler, best steak, good. Like all the waiters, everybody there, wine, everything. They are the very best. I guarantee.
That used to be downtown, so you're saying that's south of town now?
It's on Forum.
It's on Forum Boulevard, yep.
It used to be downtown. Really? I don't know if that predates you, Jackson.
It's right by the Schnucks right there, kind of like on Forum.
Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoy it. And hey, MUKU, let's go.
Fight Tiger.
Let's go.
That's right.
All right. God bless Legend of Columbia. Doug, there he
is. Have a good day. I'll call back in. It's good to talk to y'all.
Good to talk with you.
There you have it.
I like his energy. He's the Legend of Columbia. You've got one day. Where are you going? And the options are limitless. This Bardell looks kind of fancy. Somebody texted about that.
People like Bardell.
Uber drivers still make that kind of cash in a weekend?
I'd be surprised.
I got an Uber the Missouri-Auburn game we went to. And it was a good long day, Doug, of having cocktails before the 11 o'clock kickoff and all the way until 10 at night. It was a good run for a gentleman now in his 40s, married father who's settled down and, as you described me, a meat and potatoes guy.
Yeah, right.
Just drinking Keystone the whole time. And we got in this Uber, and it was a minivan with a gentleman. I'm certain that there are some listeners who's encountered this guy who insists that you pet his dog. It's like Mike Myers on Sprockets with his monkey.
I'd have a real problem with that.
I bet you would.
I'd have a real
And I'm like, I'm drunk. It's 11 o'clock. I just want to go back to whatever crap hotel I got to stay in here. And now I got to entertain this guy and his dog. And he's like got pictures of him and tells the backstory of the dog. It'd be your Dante's Inferno.
Yeah, I'll walk.
You would get out of the minivan.
I'd request a different driver.
You don't want a show or a theme with your Uber driver.
I don't want to brag, but I have a 5-star Uber rating.
Oh, welcome to Horton Watkins.
And I don't want to jeopardize that when I tell this guy that I don't want anything to do with his dog and maybe you should reevaluate. But I just can't imagine an Uber driver making that much money because no Uber ride in Columbia is very long.
Well, that's like to get to $2,000 for a weekend, you have to be.
The longest I would ever be in an Uber in Mizzou was 5-10 minutes,
didn't
maybe.
Say it was like $100 for a trip of less than a mile.
There's not a world in which I would have paid that kind of money.
I guess in the early surge era, maybe.
And if you live way off campus, maybe. But if you live anywhere near campus, you can walk everywhere.
Don't they do it at bars here downtown, like Wheelhouse and Ballpark?
For sure.
Village? But right at closing time, it's like $100.
But you're driving 25-30 minutes. You're never really doing that in Columbia. The driver themselves are taking people far away in St. Louis. In Columbia,
maybe it's a supply and demand thing.
Yeah,
you got
he made
thousands of kids.
He didn't tell us he drove the guy to Billings.
right.
Nobody cares what this townie has to say about Columbia. Get this mother effer off the air. Doug, that's Big Tuft, and he's calling out townies.
I enjoyed it. He had a story to tell, and he's well known because he's a legend.
I bet $20 that Jackson does not have a 5-star Uber rating. That's from Steven Time. Steven Time's got a lot of bets out there.
Say less. I'm pulling up my
Jackson
Uber
is
app right
pulling
now.
up his
Here we
Uber
go.
rating, and this is going to go out on the TMA STL Instagram account.
I'll put it in the camera wherever you want.
I don't even know what
How
my
have
Uber
you
rating
earned
is.
that?
Ah, damn, it dropped.
Yes, pay Steven Time his money. Tam Avenue Capital Partners get 10%.
I haven't looked in a while.
You didn't pet a dog and you got nicked.
4.83. Who gave me a 4-star?
If you don't leave a big enough tip, do you get a
No,
low
because
rating?
they rate you before you give the tip.
Oh, is that right?
That's how I
What are
always
you
thought.
getting rated for? Politeness?
Just
Like, yeah, because if you have like a bunch of your friends and they're making a bunch of noise and
Oh, like oatmeal?
hooting and hollering and doing
You get
whatever.
knocked down?
Yeah, I feel
Is it
like
Herb's
a tough
fault?
ride. Damn, I was 5-star for
I wanna
years.
know what happened.
4.85. What are you?
4.83.
Yes!
Oh, someone
God,
really
that's an
thanked-
upset.
Oh my God, I gotta find the person who gave me the bad rating.
And do what to him?
Ask what I did wrong.
Hunt him down.
Oh, I will.
I kind of want to know more what Jacob's
check on
talking about.
I know. How about Wainwright, of all people,
Like I
to
don't-
call out like I would expect the Colonel to call out some Tigers Lair guys on Power Mizzou before Wainwright calls out Jacob. Doug, this Jacob must be a real burr in his saddle.
He's a snootful.
It seemed to be a real issue.
Steven Time wants his $20.
I don't remember.
Kansas is
betting $20.
spanking that Tiger ass too, Jackson. That's from Steven Time. It's going to be a bad few days around here.
I'm trying to find it.
Now, if your Uber rating is too low, can the driver refuse to pick you up?
So then you're not as attractive when you put out that you're looking for a ride because
Right.
you got the reputation of being a problem. But you're saying it doesn't have anything to do with the tip. I figured it had to do with the tip.
I didn't think so, but that would be that. What a bad deal that would be, is if you don't tip well. But that's just like they control that. You know, there's no like if you tip $3, you'll get 5 stars. If that was the case, then it would just be easy. But if it's just like, oh, I tipped this guy $10, but he wanted 20, well, get out of here.
Well, it's all subjective, isn't it? Obviously.
What's a bad rating if you're an Uber?
If you're driving Uber, you probably are a little touch and go if someone's under a 4.
Under a 4.
Because I mean, how hard is it to sit in the car and be silent or be a rational, normal human? You know.
Yeah, that's hard for a lot of people,
I guess.
especially after closing time.
Sure, that's when things change. Or if you throw up or something in the
Isn't that like a $300 fine?
Yeah, they're gonna get your ass.
Get your ass.
Rainbow showers.
Tim, if you can't get into any of these places, I suggest you just drop the legend's name.
You think if I go to CC City Broiler on Friday night, 7 o'clock, I'm friends with the legend of Columbia. You think they're going to sit me and my wife right down?
Probably so.
That
Kind
is
of like Ray Liotta and Goodfellas?
it is like one of the nicest restaurants in Columbia.
CC City Broiler?
Yeah, so I bet it's packed on Friday.
But what about I know the legend of Columbia?
Yeah, they'll bring the Henry Hill special. They'll bring a
there's
table out.
You think
little
there's
candle?
a lot of people like him who have so much fun when they're in college in Columbia, they just can't ever leave. They just stay there.
Now, did he say that he went to Mizzou?
I don't
No,
think
he
said
did say
that.
he's a guy who's sober who hangs out at the bars and calls himself legend.
And if it's 20 years
5
now,
stars.
he'd be like 40 probably.
You think the Stevens girls like that?
Oh, they might if he's got enough money. No, the Stevens girls have plenty of money on their own, don't they? Townies, maybe?
Possible townies.
Eli Drinkwitz, meet the legend. Wouldn't that be great? It's like Tiger Talk.
I got $50 on KUBU by at least 2 scores. Come on, Jackson. This S is a lock. That's from Big Steve.
So he thinks that Kansas is going to win by more than 2 touchdowns.
Wow, you ought to take that and get the money Yo Steven time back.
So the line is 14.5 that he's playing. Kansas minus 14.5.
You get Missouri and 14.5? Are you booking it with Big Steve? You got to track these bets.
I don't want to bet anybody on them. Although if I were to bet, that would be the one because
Well,
that's
hell
a
yeah.
21 points swing
Yeah.
from what the spread is right now.
Boy, what if Missouri gets blown off the field on Saturday?
Yeah, I think I might stick around in Chicago a couple days. Sorry,
Are
fellas.
you here on Monday?
Oh yeah,
I thought you were going to be going one of the.
Friday of
Following
next
Friday.
week.
Got
Friday
it.
of next week.
Back to
yes.
Chicago?
Back to Chicago suburbs.
Wait a minute. Chicago's my town, see?
Edward G. Robinson, he was a pharaoh.
I'll check
Ten
in.
Commandments.
I'll check in with Doug.
Guys, that legend sounds a lot like the Cardinal Cowboy down at Busch Stadium. Eek, that's from Bucky's Bang Bus?
Whenever the merch part did make me think a little bit of that. Although he seems to, well, I'll keep my opinions to myself and my homeboys.
I enjoyed the call.
Yeah, I'm a
Was there
Legend of
somebody-
Columbia guy.
I mean,
Me
is that
too.
was that new to all of you? Were you aware of the legend?
No,
before?
not at all. But when he gets me that table, the Henry Hill special, Jackson, on
right.
Friday night at 7 p.m.,
Yep.
I'm going to be a legend lemming all day. Let's see. Jeremy Rutherford's coming up on the Stiefel dossier, 9 o'clock. We think he might be in studio, or he might just hang out in Jefferson County.
How could we possibly know?
We would never know. That's brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Then we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin, you know something about Design Air, I believe.
Big fan of Design Air. Love those great reviews. Keep them coming. When you have Design Air out to your home, whether it's the AC unit, summertime, furnace in the winter, let us know how it went. Unbelievable how many reviews we get. Tim's dad. They did a great job, Timmy.
Right there.
Tim's dad, another satisfied customer. You can book your appointment or just a tune-up. Even if you're not having issues, tune things up before winter arrives. That's designerservice.com. Fourth generation. That's what Seth Goldcamp is. His family started it more than a century ago, making sure, and it's changed over the years. Of course, the industry has, the technology has, but one thing remains true, and that's the service you get when you deal with Design Air. And that's what the reviews have always been about. Great service, satisfied customers. Keep those reviews coming. Designerservice.com, longest running sponsor of TMA. When you hear a guy like the legend from Columbia calling, just think Design Air is bringing you this show so that you can hear from the legend in Columbia. Designerservice.com for all your heating and cooling needs.
There it is. Designerservice.com. Compete in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today by emailing the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Let me tell you something. We've got a lot of angry college football coaches coming up in the next segment. Doug, these guys are angry as hornets. Most of them in the SEC. All of them are in the South. Well, I guess one of them is up north in the Pacific Northwest, but they're all angry.
They've all been disrespected somehow.
Big time.
And then they're going back and forth with each other. That's coming up. Some of Jackson's favorites are next here on TMA 101 ESPN. So it's a New Edition music theme, but this doesn't sound like Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, and Mike. If I love the girl, who cares who you like?
It really doesn't.
Al Green.
Sure.
And he was a New Edition?
No. I just love Al Green.
So the theme is yet again malleable.
Extremely.
Can't go wrong with Al Green.
Do you think he's out, or is it just something that hits you right before the break?
It's a nice question.
I don't know. I was walking back and I felt like I haven't heard Al Green in a while.
Okay.
And I love Al Green.
All right.
Jackson and I were talking off air. Again, now we're doing behind the scenes of TMA here. And I said, my wife's kind of targeting Addison's, but now with this Legend of Columbia hookup at CC City Broiler, maybe it'll change things. And Jackson said, well, they're known for their nachos.
They are. People love their nachos.
What, am I going to the Busch Stadium concession stand?
They're like upscale.
Doritos?
They're
Upscale
like
nachos,
nicer
Doug.
nachos. And I say that they're known for everyone.
The kind of nachos you'd get off Ladue Road.
Yeah.
Hey, Tim, what's your wife looking for? Because they have pretzel bites.
It's nicer than
How
that.
are their chicken tenders?
It's nicer than that. I've had their calamari before. Delicious. But like if it's between Addison's, like I think Flat Branch is just better.
It's
And
got
I
to
like
be
the
awfully
environment
hard to
better.
get a restaurant anywhere in Columbia on a Friday night before a game or a Saturday night of the game.
Yeah, for
All
sure.
these people in from out of town.
Yep. Oh, it's always crazy.
A busy night anyway, even if there wasn't a football
The
game.
cover charges at bars are crazy on days
much
like
is
that. They would just run it up because they would have so many people in there that they could start charging whatever they wanted. Homecoming would get up to $70, $80 to get into. I'm not joking. Get into Fieldhouse.
A college kid is supposed to give them $80.
No, it's because the parents are there and they're like, well, we didn't come to Columbia to like hang out in the hotel or just walk around. So we're going to go to a bar. It's like, all right, if I have to pay $200 to get into this bar or whatever.
And people do that?
For sure. Now, it's not always, when it starts like at 5 or 6 or 7, it's $5, $10, but
So
then
where
it goes up.
Where would the townies go?
Townies? Probably not downtown, I'd have to bet. If you're like in your 40s and you're a townie, I feel bad
Like
saying
the
like
legend.
they're bad. Nothing wrong with living in Columbia. It's a nice town.
You don't think if you're a 21-year-old college student, you're attracted to a 40-year-old gentleman townie? Doug Gentleman Townie. Who wants that name in the text inbox?
If you're trying to get into Harpo's or something, you don't have $70 in your pocket.
Yeah, if you paid your way.
Maybe you are friends with a 40-year-old.
Or you hang out with them for about 10 minutes to get in the door, and then, oh, look, here's my friends.
Yeah.
Guys, any chance that we can get a 30 for 30 of the TMA crew? Just a day in the life of radio legends. That's some chairman's pocket partner. God. Doug, would you like a 30 for 30?
Because I live such a fascinating life. No. You'd say, gosh, is this all you got? Is this all you do?
Yeah, that's kind of it. It's like the guy who offered me $1,000 to post on social media for a month. And I'm like, it's me in the basement. I don't think you're getting proper ROI.
That's the thing.
It's me wiping a kid's ass.
Oh.
It's me losing money on the
$2,000.
golf course. That's it. It's the life. It's not going to be that great. Jackson, we have so much angry college football coach audio. First off, I was texting you boys yesterday. What was it? The Dadgum Drum?
You want that one?
I really want somebody to have that text inbox name, the Dadgum Drum. This is Eli Drinkwitz talking about the drum for the border war, Missouri, Kansas.
During the week, you have to focus on execution of your assignments because you don't want to be emotional. You want to execute. And so, we got all that out the way. We understand. We know there's a trophy for it at the end of the game. Our goals every year is to win our trophy games. This is a week that we got a trophy on the line. You have a tangible thing that you're playing for. And in college football, you don't always have that after a game. Sometimes you just got to attaboy. There ain't no attaboy after this one. There's a dadgum war drum and several other stuff out there.
Oh, gosh.
And you win it, you get it. And if you don't, you don't. And I don't care who you are. If you're a competitor and there's something on the line, I don't care if you're playing against a buddy at home and one-on-one. If there's a Diet Coke on the line, you want to stink and win because it's painful if you don't. So our guys understand it. Like that ain't the issue. The issue is, are we going to be able to execute? Are we going to be so focused on the crowd and doing this that we forget it ain't about that? It's about hands inside. It's about executing your assignments. It's about having eyes on your keys. It's about communicating the formation adjustments. It's about offensively making sure that we're all on the same page on our identifying the fronts that they're going to be in.
Okay.
Martin, do you like the Dadgum War Drum?
Very folksy. Very folksy.
Extremely.
Appeals to the Missourah fans that are still hopping mad at them Jayhawks.
Did you even know they played for a war drum?
I did not, but
didn't
Mizzou's
either.
goal
It has
is to
been
win
some
their
time.
trophy games.
Yeah. So that'd be South Carolina, Arkansas, and I guess not Kansas.
And then the bowl game. Is there always a trophy?
For
Sometimes
sure.
It's a bucket of
bowl.
mayo or something.
or a giant Pop-Tart or something.
Yeah.
Dadgum wardrobe.
Flight Risk is the first person to say, he says, I'll be your Huckleberry. Name me Dadgum Wardrobe, please.
Yeah, that's fun.
You're going to change Flight Risk to Dadgum Wardrobe.
I don't really know if flight risk has to do with anything. So
What
I'll
about
take,
Gentleman Townie? Is that still out there?
Gentleman Townie is really good.
Jackson, where is a good place to meet other swingers in Columbia? That's from the Swing Haven board member.
I don't really know on that.
Legend callback?
Probably north of Walnut.
You have one
Actually
night.
answering the question.
North of Walnut, there's some places that I can imagine would be friendly.
Looking to swing in Columbia. Like we have one night available.
Could you imagine? After like a third down?
For a live
It's
read.
a live read.
Gotta take a station break.
Socket or whatever?
Socket always sponsors the. How's your yield? You have to
Looking
get
to
a
swing in
corn read
Columbia.
in before the swing.
Oh my God.
There's Old Hickory. There's Socket. There's your corn yield.
You just imagine slipping that to Mike Kelly, that copy,
Like a live read.
sliding it across the desk to him.
Hey, I got a dadgum for you. Drink is a dadgum clown. That's from the Concord Caulk, and he doesn't like it.
What about the 19 wins the last 2 years?
Adam Wainwright liked him.
Yeah, he's high on him. Mm-hmm. Let's see. People are sending in where to swing in Columbia, so that the Swing Haven board member, you'll have to get
Jackson
access to the
started to break it.
Yeah,
Said you got to go
north of Walnut.
Where's Walnut?
Where Walnut is one street north of Broadway.
One street.
Parallel to Broadway, but north of it.
Okay.
Oh, so it's close to Flat Branch then.
Yeah.
Flat Branch is just a
So-
block south or half block south.
Yeah, so Flat Branch is on what, 4th or 5th
Doug, is
Street?
Flat Branch on
I don't know.
I think
I'm
it's
not
5th.
there.
So it's basically, that's like Walnut and 5th, though, or Broadway and 5th, kind of. Like McNally's, kind of. Trops is north of Broadway there.
You hit that Trops hard?
No, it's so much sugar, you know? It really gives you a headache. I like light beer. Michelob Ultra if you got it.
So Walnut and North
had
is
one
for
day.
swingers. Broadway is for cis straights.
I think it's all for everybody, man. It's Columbia, Missouri.
All right.
Dadgum Wardrobe. That's in there.
It is officially in
Flight
there.
risk has been
Gentlemen,
changed.
there are a lot of people who want Gentleman Downey for the
Now
record.
they're fighting over it.
Yeah, they're fighting
Will
over
the
it.
wardrobe just be handed to the coach at midfield when
Usually
the game is
the
over?
players take it and start running around and banging on the drum. That's
Okay.
the way it usually works.
I missed that.
Doug, if you want to go swinging in Columbia, go southwest of Nifong and Forum. Lots of opportunities for you. That's from the 5.
Where?
Southwest of
South of
Nifong.
It's like
That's very specific.
It's like a high V. Or the Schnucks right there. I think Nifong Forum is damn near where CC's is.
Guys, this Legend of Columbia guy has found the YouTube chat, and I can tell it's going to be a problem. That's from Big Tough. Martin, the Legend of Columbia is now in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and he's holding court. Wow. Yeah, it is.
What a time to be alive, man.
A couple of words that would not be allowed on the 101 ESPN airwaves are in there. Jackson, we also have Dabo Swinney and Brian Kelly, two of your favorites, going back and forth. What do we have here?
Doing some grading.
Now, they've already played each other. Brian Kelly got the win. And Dabo Swinney had his press conference, and he graded the performances of not just his team, but also LSU.
Yeah. Dabo did. He's a professor, and he did some grading. And here's Dabo's original grade of the game.
Okay.
It was a hell of a game. It was a hell of a game. Down to the last play, right out of the gate. It's like getting the final exam day one of class. They made a 65, we made a 58. Neither one of us were great.
All right. So Brian Kelly then was asked about what Dabo Swinney had to say. Martin, this is what you did with Jim Edmonds and Tony La Russa when Edmonds returned in
Strauss and I
2008.
ran back and forth.
Right, from clubhouse to clubhouse.
Did you hear what Tony said? Ooh.
So did you hear what Dabo said to Brian Kelly yesterday in Baton Rouge?
We dominated him in the second half. So he's either a really good grader for, giving himself a 58, or he's a really hard grader on us, or he didn't see the second half, which that might be the case. He might not have wanted to see the second half.
Gosh.
It's like a prize fight where you're just praying that both guys lose.
I don't think Dabo was trying to knock LSU. I think he was just saying, hey, it's a first game. It's kind of tough to have your exam on the first day. I guess
I wouldn't put anything past that guy.
I graded a little low, maybe. And I think Brian we'll move on. And then, by the way, next year Clemson goes to LSU to open the season.
Here we go. So there's some carryover. Only in the South is someone named Dabo in charge of anything other than a gas station. Doug, that's some Arbor Day, 2-time Texter of the Year.
That's a good take. It's a strong take.
What happened to Brian Kelly's Southern drawl? I guess it was a one-time thing. That's from Dougie V's BBL.
I think he loaned it to Elia for the daggum. It was on loan.
Now, it didn't stop there. Kirby Smart is not happy with the fans at Georgia. He said something about it following their victory over the Marshall Thundering Herd on Saturday. But now he was asked in the Monday press conference, I guess Tuesday press conference, about the fans' commitment and whether or not they should incentivize the Georgia Bulldog fans. Here is Kirby Smart.
Yeah, given how successful you guys have been as a program over the years and the fan turnout is what it was on Saturday, what, if anything, do you think can be done to better incentivize better fan turnout?
Better incentivize? I don't know that you incentivize the turnout. It's not, I don't really believe in incentivizing things. I think it has to be a core DNA trait, a belief. You know, when we sell things, it's, I will do this if you do this, and incentivize. I don't think that's great motivation. You know, I think it's intrinsic in who you are. I think people should love to be at a Georgia home game because there's only so many of them. It's limited opportunities. It's the same thing about our players. We don't incentivize them to run to the ball by saying, we'll go up in your NIL if you run to the ball. You got to do it because you want to be great. You got to do it because you want to be different. And if our fans want to be great and different, then they'll do it.
Oh, I see here the attendance at the game was 93,000. We're concerned about the fans buying in.
Not good enough. The fans don't want to be great. Early. Well, they don't want to be great.
How many more fans are you going to get in the place?
Cheer like a champion today.
Amen.
But I think he was upset that they left early.
That's correct.
Well, they're only up.
They also left early in Chapel Hill on Monday night.
Yeah, when you're up $1 million and there's some drinking to do somewhere other than Sanford Stadium, and you're a college kid, you're going to hightail it out
Coach, do you think you can keep the games closer maybe for those folks?
Games like 4 hours, you know, like.
But it was the opponent and the fact that it wasn't close.
Right. It was probably pretty warm.
Yeah.
I don't blame Georgia fans for being like, all right, I think we've seen enough. Mm-hmm. See you next week.
Hey, Arbor Day, go crawl back into your Webster Groves duplex and fix your AC window unit. It's about to fall out. That's from the 636. I don't know. Nowhere. Somebody just went at Arbor Day.
Yeah, I've had that happen. Window unit fall out. You know.
Did the socket come out when you told us?
Yeah, the whole electrical outlet came out with it.
What is socket?
That was tough.
They spend on the Tiger Network.
And whenever the Tiger Network, it's always multi-layered sponsor, so you can't quite get to the break. The Tiger Radio Network, powered by Learfield Central Bank, Mid-Missouri's farming leaders. Like, you can't just go to a break. It's like the longest read just to take a break.
Mike Kelly is unbelievable.
One of the greats.
It's really
one of the all-time greats. By the fourth quarter Saturday, what crowd that was left was watching Bama FSU on their phones. The entire senior class also had a trip last weekend. Knew this was coming. That's from Al in Dadeville, Doug, and he is a Georgia correspondent.
Okay. Correspondent.
Yep.
Such problems. We had 93,000 fans, and some of them left early when we won 45-7. Cry me a river.
The Mike Kelly podcast I did last year to kick off the season, we recorded it, and I like logistics, as you know, and we're just making small talk, getting the levels set, and it was somebody was recording it, and I said, so were you at practice and had to run home, or are you at work? He said, are you writing a book? And then the great Ben Boyd, I believe, put it out on my podcast page, and I listened back, and it says, are you writing a book? It starts with, are you writing a book?
I do know some podcasts will do that where they'll like start in the middle of a conversation. Like at the first point,
I think that's a newer trend.
Yeah. Oh, is that right? I like doing that.
Well,
I actually like doing that.
I think there's sometimes I think it works really well.
Well, it depends if the guest is coming, because you'll hear like Rogan will say like, all right, put those headphones on, man. We're going to get going here.
Right.
And then that's part of the interview.
Right.
or Bill Maher be like, okay, you got a drink you're comfortable with? All right, let's get going.
I think
that's part of the show.
It does set it up to be more conversational and hanging out, as opposed to like when you like officially introduce them and announce them, it feels a little bit more structured.
Yeah, but it depends on the like. I don't think Mike wanted that. What are you writing a book? And I'm like, well, this will go well.
Legend of Columbia is really active in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and it looks like other chatters at youtube.com/TMASTL are interacting with him. And Doug, he says, my vibe has also been felt at Ballpark Village and Busch Stadium this summer. I was on the field for the Flo Rida concert.
Oh, really? So this is a big-time guy.
Jesus.
Is that Big Walt?
And the whole
that was when the gentleman called in to ask Mike Francesa if he had heard that Stan Lee had passed Martin. I don't think we can ever go wrong with playing this call just to refresh some of our listeners' memories and Martin, introduce you to this wonderful moment. This is how you handle when somebody passes and you're broadcasting live.
Right. Here you go, Martin.
Eddie in Hoboken. What's up, Eddie? Hey, what's up, Mike? What's happening? Hey, Mike, Stan Lee died today. Did you ever meet the guy? What do you think of him?
Stan Lee?
Yeah, Stan Lee.
I don't
Never
know who
heard of
he
Stan
is.
Lee?
Don't know who he is, no.
Jesus.
Oh.
Who is he?
So the callers? Jesus.
Who is Stan Lee? He was one of the creators of Marvel Comics. Oh, who cares?
Oh,
sorry, I'm not a
come
comic book
on.
guy. Is that who he is, Stan Lee? The guy
He created Spider-Man. That was his big thing.
created Spider-Man? Sorry. I never was a comic book reader as a kid. I apologize.
That was a beautiful eulogy.
Yeah, that's how I want to go.
Who cares?
Stanley, who cares? But the caller said Jesus, so he was really offended. Well, why is he calling Mike Francesa to discuss Stan Lee? He doesn't have a right to be that upset because he called Francesa to talk about it.
It can yield that. That's why you make that call. And to him, to Eddie in Hoboken, nice to meet you, sir.
You can go into the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat and talk it over with the legend of Columbia, who just said Mike Kelly is the legend on the Tiger airwaves, and he is big on emojis, Doug. This guy posts a lot of emojis, the legend
really?
of Columbia.
Does he really?
298 friends are in there talking it over with him. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel and enjoy the fun and games. Jeremy Rutherford is going to be with us at 9 o'clock. He's going to be with us every Wednesday. It's brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. And Doug, you love it when the listeners send in two-part questions.
Well, sometimes
for JR.
they get naughty.
Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox, 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. You can call in, talk it over with Chairman Kurt, 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson sponsor the phone lines. Doug, you know anything about Callier and Thompson? I think you do.
Well, I do. I've been there many times. I bought appliances from there. This is really where you go if you want to get your house spruced up by the best people in town who have been doing it since the 1950s. Callier and Thompson is a name that people know around town because they do fantastic work, whether you're looking to redo your kitchen or a master bathroom or have the basement done or anything at all you want done in your house. You know what else they do? They have a great painting department. Everyone thinks they can paint themselves, but there's a real difference between the do-it-yourselfer paint job and when the pros come out and do it. It looks like a brand new house. They really do a fantastic job. So if you're just looking to paint, Callier and Thompson is a name you need to know. It's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home and who's going to be there to back up the work. And Callier and Thompson stands behind every job they do during the process. They are always available for you. The team cares about the work they produce, and for them, it's more than just a job. They take real pride in what they have done for all these many years. Carolyn Beard and Bob Strati are the owners. They've been around for more than 20 years. Their employees have more than 165 years of experience. They have seen it all, and they have done it all, and they just do fantastic work. You ought to head to their showroom there on Manchester and Baldwin. It's next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. They got more than 10,000 square feet there, more than 20 kitchen displays. Get some great ideas on how you can upgrade your home and make it look like a showplace. Callier and Thompson, come home to quality online at CallierandThompson.com.
There it is. Jeremy Rutherford joining us, brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Send your two-part questions in for JR. Plus, you can email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way on the Stiefel dossier at 10:45. Adam Wainwright with us. Great conversation in the 7 o'clock hour. You can podcast that via the Schaefer Door Company podcast or watch it on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. It's TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
you bored. Did you just say that? Good Lord. So grab your bonbons and pour your wine. It's our turn to shine. We're the Real Housewives of TMA. Yes, we're the Real Housewives of TMA.
Yeah, the pilot is being shot this week. They're taking a G-Wagon down to the Missouri-Kansas game. So if you see the cameras out,
that'll be it. The show sounded like a great idea until we got right down to it and said, all right, who wants to be a Real Housewife? Nobody volunteered.
I think if there was some form of a budget with just a little taste.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not talking about like a large taste, a small taste to give the ladies some reward. I think we would have hundreds, maybe thousands of applicants.
Doug was offering box wine.
I don't. Yeah,
Franzia,
got
delicious.
a few box wines to give out.
Sharon and Clayton,
No.
the Alpha, I think she would be a superstar. I think she'd get called up to Orange County or Potomac.
You do. Like this would be a feeder for the big network shows.
Right.
You know, I guess it could still happen.
Self-made stay-at-home Ludu mom says that she applied. She just texted again.
She is a guy, heavy set even.
Says you.
Thank you, Jackson.
Steelworker, Granite City.
Harrison's brother Master is already ready for the Jeremy Rutherford segment here in the Marcana Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. JR, is Jordan Cairo a core pillar of the organization? If so, why? That is a tradition. There he is, ladies and gentlemen, from The Athletic and 101 ESPN, friend of the program. He loves two-part questions via the Air Comfort Service text inbox at 314-399-9646. He's ready for September 20th against the Dallas Stars. Jackson is already counting down the days to the preseason opener. It's Jeremy Rutherford. Morning, JR.
Is that when they play? The 20th?
Jackson?
Doug? Saturday, September 20th, 6 o'clock start.
Thank God. I thought Doug was going to throw it to me. Yeah,
Words right out of my mouth.
Morning, boys.
What do you say? What do you say?
Hey, not too much. I would have, I'd like to spend a lot of time in Jefferson County, but I thought I'd come out and see you boys. And I probably should have Ubered. I got a 4.95 rating.
Oh, Jackson, he's got a better one than you, too.
Dunking on me.
But I drove myself, so next time. Sorry, Jackson. Sorry.
Jackson was bragging about that 5-star rating. Then it turns out we all have higher ratings than him.
It was like a real thing I had.
Yeah,
I know.
well, you brought it up.
Would have been like fourth in my obituary. It was like Andy had the 5-star Uber rating. Not anymore.
You say you like to hang out in Jeffco. Where's the real, the best hot spots at night?
You know, last time that I mentioned a couple places, I had a bunch of texts from some loyal listeners. Yeah, saying. You forgot about this. I think I threw out Applebee's last time.
Oh, that's right.
Hey, Terry McKernan, we can come up with a list here, right? With Jeffco.
Yeah, you guys can give the Mount Rushmore of Jeffco establishments.
Yeah, give a shout out to Detour. They're down the street. Detour.
Yes.
It's like JR is the legend of Jeffco.
Hey, there was definitely some Cardinal Cowboy sense in that.
In the Legend of Columbia?
Definitely.
Yeah, he's booking me a table at the CC City Broiler on, Friday, Doug? Is it 7 p.m. he got me the table?
I think so. I believe so. Whenever you want it, of course.
It goes without saying. Hey, how about Dylan Holloway on the Cam and Strick podcast yesterday? Did you get a chance to catch a little of that?
Yeah, I did. And you know, the good thing to hear with Dylan doing that interview is that he's been healthy and feeling good for about 3 months. I mean, this isn't a situation where he's 2 weeks out from camp. He's finally starting to feel like himself. So, you know, he should be ready to go when camp starts whenever it does, right? When is it?
Jackson?
You're talking about training camp?
Well, if the first game is the 20th, I assume training camp starts on the 19th.
But they do have a quicker camp in the NHL.
Mm-hmm. He knows when the Trailblazers play next, but
Rip City.
Yeah.
Game
What
time.
would Francesa say? Is this a camp where they're wearing skates?
I don't know if Francesa has ever talked hockey on that program, and he prides himself
I bet they did when the Rangers.
What, a 94 against the Canucks, the Messiah?
Yeah.
Here is, you have this audio, don't you? Dylan Holloway?
Oh, that's the one I didn't clip. Son of a gun.
Oh,
I knew I didn't clip one.
One thing we tweeted today we can't get?
Here, I can probably do it. I've interviewed him a few times.
First-
Ask me a question.
I was asking if you want to take your shirt off.
The Uber rating, and now this. Your producer rating just tanked.
I forgot one clip today. And that
Hey,
was
Marty, you got to be pretty good at this. Don't you go to the sound sometimes in the sports show and the audio's not there, so you got to tell people what he said?
Yeah. Well,
Sharon's about to go dunk on
I
me,
guess
by the way.
do we not have that tape? Oh, we don't have that. Are we going to? Should we just take a? Okay, you want to just keep filling? Okay. Well, Holloway was on a show, and remember last year he was hurt late in the. Oh, we do have the. Oh, no, we don't have the. That's what typically happens.
Because we've got the producer in our ear. The audience, of course, has no idea what the hell's going on.
And then you walk out and kick a wall. That's what you do immediately after.
Wait till you see Doug put his finger in Jackson's chest. I hope the YouTube cameras catch this because Jackson
we'll
is
keep
gonna...
him. We'll keep him live during the break.
All right. Well, I understand we got a break anyway. So we'll get the audio.
Will we?
Yeah,
We will.
exactly. JR will be able to comment on because the injury that he details on the Cam and Strick podcast is holy crap, rough. And JR will take your two-part questions. He's with us, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Brown and Crouppen online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. They're local, and if you need a personal injury attorney, don't you want somebody who's local? We had Andy Crouppen in here yesterday. Terry Crouppen comes in. Ed Herman comes in. We talk it over with them. They can do so and come in the studio because they're local. They're not set up shop somewhere else and just telling you that they know St. Louis. They actually were founded in St. Louis in 1979, and they just built brand new offices on the hill. They're committed to the community, and they're committed to their clients in the St. Louis area. It's Brown and Crouppen, online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. If you give them a call, make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The presenting sponsor of this show is Brown and Crouppen. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisement. Send your two-part questions in for Jeremy Rutherford, 314-399-9646. That's how you can text them in. I'll look in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, too, if you want to post them in there. It's TMA, 101 ESPN.
You can get your groceries curbside at Schnucks or deliver. They have Schnucks Deliver. It's one of the things that's been added in recent years. You know you're going to load up on groceries. You can do it in many different ways. Stop by yourself in the neighborhood grocery store or have it curbside or delivered. Do all of that with your Rewards app. Get it onto your phone. It's real simple. And when you do that, it will also alert you to items you often buy. If there's any added specials going on, any recent discounts have been added, it'll let you know based on your shopping habits. Also let you know what aisle to walk down and look for certain things. It's all part of the Rewards app where you also save. Don't tell Adam your number, okay? But you can save money when you shop at Schnucks. They've been marking down the prices on items. They've been doing it for a while now. So the last check was over 2,300 items. Everyday items marked down, not specials, just marked down for good. Special savings. They're doing their best to help you save some money on your groceries. I guarantee there's a Schnucks in your neighborhood. Get the Rewards app and add those points, add those dollars up every time you check out. It's savings you can count on. Everyday savings at Schnucks.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center Update. It's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals win last night. Back in action tonight, taking on the Athletics. 6:45 p.m. first pitch. Matthew Libertor on the mound for the Redbirds. That was our Sports Center Update, brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, what is this? This doesn't sound like New Edition either, huh?
Is this JR's theme song?
Kip Winger. Easy come, easy go.
Okay.
I'll take it.
What version is this?
This is the
tapes?
acoustic. I think this is MTV Unplugged Kip Winger.
There's a lot of rings, this Kip Winger.
Well, the fact that he wrote a song called She's Only 17. Mama says she's too young, but she's old enough for me.
No.
And the man is still outperforming is something that I would look into. Maybe Buck Swope, once he's done handling Tower T and the 40-170 interchange, he can now turn his attention to Kip Winger, Doug.
You have suggested a consultation, maybe some legal team.
Now that I hear the lyrics, I might need to put in a request to change the next week.
Jeremy Rutherford in studio with us here. He is brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Mark is online at evergreenstl.com. Can't say enough good things about Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, and JR is ready for your two-part questions as camp will get underway at a time that is to be determined, as we have learned here on the program.
We just worked backwards from the first preseason game,
which is September 20th.
So I'm guessing camp starts on the 19th. At the very earliest, the 18th.
That's correct.
A day of practice and they're ready to go.
Yeah, I think Doug Armstrong's going to talk to the media on the 17th, and then we'll go on the ice on the 18th. Thank you. So you nailed it.
Oh, that's really true.
Yeah.
Oh, I was kidding.
See, Doug?
Yeah, they don't need much time.
There's a tradition when you're on the program, JR, and that's Harrison's brother, Master, and his love for Jordan Kyrou. He's furious with me for not asking the question already, even though he is going to be the first question. And again, we welcome people to send in their two-part questions, 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. JR, is Jordan Kyrou a core pillar of this organization? And if so, why? Yep.
So this is why I'm wishing this season was a few more weeks off, right? This is the first week, and he's back. He's back with the Kyrou question.
Yep.
Well, here's the deal. Is he a core member? I think he is at this point. Did they try to trade him this offseason? I think they did try. I think there were rumblings with the Buffalo Sabres where a deal might have been had with Buffalo, and that didn't come to fruition. And so I think, though, the Blues are happy still to have Jordan Kyrou on the team at that AAV, 8.125, with this cap just continually rising. These guys are going to get $10, $11, $12 million, especially a 40-goal scorer.
So he's value.
Potentially. So I think he has that value right there. And, if he continues to improve like he did last year, why not? So I do think there was interest, but at this point in time, I do think he's part of this core.
We got some Broberg and Holloway questions, which set us up for Jackson, who has now obtained the audio. This was Cam Jansen and Andy Strickland's podcast, the Cam and Strick podcast, and Holloway was on, and he detailed that injury that kept him out. And that was a hit against the Penguins, right, that led to this whole thing?
And the hit wasn't much, and he says it in the podcast.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't have done that damage, but it did.
Take a listen to what he had going on.
I've been 100% for the last probably 3 months. It was a little bit of it was shorter than originally thought, like the recovery process. So I was thankful for that. What I ended up doing was I tore my oblique off the hip bone. So I had like a pretty big tear off the hip bone, and I ended up needing to get surgery to fix it. Normally with oblique tears, you kind of just like let it sit and then it'll heal on its own. But because there's so much off the bone, and then it kind of like retracted into my abdomen, they had to like pull it down and like reattach it to the bone.
Oh God!
So it was a pretty extensive surgery. Like from the hit, there's no way that hit should have ever done anything like that to me. But it just happened, and then like the actual recovery process was brutal. Like the surgery, I was in the hospital for a couple of days after, just like sitting there, kind of getting some drugs, trying to like get through the pain. And then about a month and a half after, I was able to skate, and we were out of playoffs by then, but. I was hoping that we'd go on a deep run and maybe make a comeback, but I think this year's the year. So
Here's the year.
Sounds like somebody just cleared the puck.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a little 6-on-5.
So as bullish as everybody is on Holloway, you got to keep in mind that's a pretty major injury to come back from.
He was, even if they went to the Cup final, you think he's playing with that? There's no way in hell, right?
No, I don't think so. But I do think that, going back to the injury, and I don't want this to come out like you knew what it was, but we knew the nature of the injury. But, in my profession, you have to have double source. These people have to be right there in the room, credible. So it's tough to come out and say it's exactly the torn oblique coming off the hip, but that's what we knew the nature of the injury to be. But the one thing is, the other thing, you can't say, well, he's out for the season, because surgery wasn't determined right away. He did try to skate shortly after. It didn't work, and then they opted for the surgery, and then he missed the time. So, yeah, once they had the surgery, he certainly wasn't coming back. But I think even before that, I think it would have taken, like you said, a long, long playoff run, and I don't even know that would have been enough.
Yeah. Yeah. The question that led to the Holloway sound there is the Blues and whether or not they are pursuing locking Broberg and Holloway up. What are you hearing on that, Jeff?
Yeah, well, I think Doug Armstrong was asked that after the season, and he said, I'm in no hurry. Is that a little bit of posture, perhaps? But they do have the year. So the way it works is they were eligible for contract extensions on July 1st. So the Blues can sign them any point after that. It could happen today, tomorrow, and at any point throughout the season. And they're still restricted free agents at the end of next season. So it's not a deal where if you don't get them signed, they're going to be unrestricted and you lose them. So I think they'll probably have some talks at some point. But the thing is, what have they shown in 1 year, and where does that put the Blues in terms of what they want to pay them? Do they want to pay them $8-9 million a year, which I think both of them could command? But I think the Blues are going to want to see a bigger sample size. So maybe they let them start out the season, play half the season, maybe even get to the end of next season and see where it is. But obviously the gamble is always, if they both do have monster seasons again, especially a Holloway 30-35 goals, that they're definitely going to be up in that $9 million range.
A two-parter here from Barclay's Bone, with an exclamation point, I should note. Who is your dark horse player to make the team this year? And question 2, does Thomas hit 100 points this year with Booch and Snuggie as his potential line mates? Thank you, Barclay's Bone.
Yeah, and I think that Thomas would have hit 100 points last year had he stayed healthy, but he blocks the shot, and he's out, and he's dinged up. He came back, and he had that little bitty lull in December and January. Otherwise, he gets there. I think his points per game, if you take the injury out, would have been around 96 points. So he's right there at 100. I think with the surprise player, I've seen some people say that Justin Carmelo can make the team out of camp. I don't think that's the case. They want him going back to junior for a reason. He's going to go there and have a good season, but he will be in camp, so he'll get a chance to show everybody in camp what he can do. Logan Mailloux is another one, but I think you say that he's going to make the team already, right? The Blues have come out and said that there's a chance for him to be in the regular lineup, so I don't know that he'd be a shocker either. So I don't know that this team really does have a surprise guy. Yeah. I think it's a veteran team that's coming back, and most of the spots are taken.
What about the Milan Lucic? What did you make of that late addition?
Yeah, I think that's the Blues and Doug just uncovering every stone, right? And similarly with the offer sheets, it's like, hey, let's try everything. Let's never look at a situation and say that's not worth trying. Now, you may have some conversations and decide that it's not worth trying, but I think you look at Lucic, and it's the old, hey, I'm in the best shape of my last 5 years type situation. He's been out of the league for a year and a half. And my big question, Martin, is, he wasn't a great skater a few years ago. So at 37, even though he's in better shape, great shape, whatever, can he come in and help this team? Now, I know that the Blues want to add some toughness to the lineup, and especially that bottom six. But I think when you got a Toropchenko, a Walker, like, where is he going to fit in there? Is Sundqvist going to be in the lineup or not? I think he could add some toughness, but again, it all comes back to if he can get up and down the ice.
I think it's pretty clear Snuggerud will have a regular spot. How about Dvorsky? What do you see for him?
Yeah, no, Snuggerud for sure, and I talked to him a couple weeks ago. He's excited coming back and playing Doug on that top line, essentially, with Buchnevich and Thomas likely to start out. And then with Dvorsky, I think he'll be on the outside looking in, even if he has a great camp. Could he play his way onto the team? I suppose. Doug Armstrong has mentioned the possibility of him playing on the wing. So maybe if he had a great camp and they saw a spot for him on that third line wing, they could put Nick Bukestad down on that fourth line. But I think it's a situation where he goes back to Springfield and probably plays a few games and comes up midseason or earlier.
Lots of two-parters coming in here, JR. I mean, they are the new dadgum Wardrum is texting in. Two-part question, JR. How's the snack game at your house and your address, if you please? And what determines when and how a player becomes either a restricted free agent or unrestricted free agent? That's from Dadgum Wardrum.
Yeah, the snack game, of course. Look, you're on the YouTube, right? You got the YouTube cameras?
Dadgum Wardrum, JR is showing off his midsection for you right now on the YouTube chat.
Here, there we go.
There you go.
Yeah, Marty's
That's
camera
hot,
there.
man.
That's a nice boiler.
That is super hot.
But what do you guys want to hear? You want to hear like beef jerky, or do you want to hear the real snacks?
I want to hear the real snacks.
Yeah,
All
the real
right, yeah.
deal.
I don't know. My wife comes home with this stuff where it's like a combination of yogurt and Oreos mixed up. But
Doug.
what do you think there, Doug?
The yogurt part's okay. I don't know about what else you're putting in there.
Yeah,
I don't know if you know this, JR, but Doug will food shame you. He will.
I mean, Gary Player.
Oh, he has. Yeah, a little bit of. How about Cheez-It action? No.
No, gosh, no. Cheez-Its, No, that's out. That's out.
What about some Moose Tracks? And I'm talking about ice cream.
Yeah, you make an exception for that. Yeah.
I thought Bunny Tracks is what got you.
It's very similar
is that right?
ice cream, yeah. Yeah, Blue Bunny Tracks is a religious experience.
It's like a Rocky
the whole
Road
carton,
thing, right?
The entire carton.
What's the flavors, boy?
It's like vanilla with some swirl in there. And,
Is there a nut?
a dash of caramel.
Flip that off.
No, I don't think there's any nuts.
Yeah, and then
I don't even scoop it in a bowl. I just eat it right out of the carton.
Oh, yeah.
And then the free agency question, that's a situation where it's age/years in the league. So, you start your NHL career 18, 19, 20. 7 years will get you to unrestricted free agency, and also the age 27. So these guys, Broberg, Holloway, 23 years old, even, a couple years on their next contract, they'll be Broberg might get to unrestricted free agency a little bit sooner, but these guys restricted for the next couple of years.
But as restricted, some other team could offer you a deal, and the Blues have to match it. Is that how it works?
if you're an option for an offer sheet like those two were, then yeah. So they can receive offer sheets when they're restricted free agents, and obviously that goes until they become unrestricted free agents.
Two-parter here from future Hall of Famer, from my standpoint anyway. Carlos Spicy, winner number one. Do the Blues and Chiefs still have another year on their deal where Patrick Mahomes comes to Enterprise Center as a hostage in a suite? And number two, how can I get the Jeffco out of my wife? That's Carlos Spicy.
Ouch. Ouch. Chairman, what are we thinking here?
Yeah.
I'm not going to touch that one.
I take away his future Hall of Fame.
No!
That you get.
Wow. Ballsy move right there.
He's not the same guy who wanted to join a country club here, and they told him his wife just had too much St. Charles in her.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate incident at a local club inside the 270 loop. Please ask JR if he thinks Binnington will retire a Blue. That's from Car Wash Dave.
I guess fair question, but he's still early 30s. 2 years left on the contract. A lot of people, talk about trading him. I think if this team's going to try and stay competitive for a couple more years, he could see the end of the contract here in St. Louis. I really do think that. Now, I do think that at some point you're going to have to play Hofer more. And last year, he's still around that 27, 28 games started, and Binnington's getting the bulk there. But, if you put it on Joel Hofer, the Blues just don't have anybody who I think at this point in the system right now who could be that backup. Now, of course, you could easily go out and sign a journeyman guy, but I just don't know that trading Binnington yields you enough in a deal to make it make sense. Then you got to go out and find that backup. The only support for that case would be, just turning it over to Joel Hofer, and I don't know that they're there yet. So I think that Binnington could finish the contract here with the Blues, and beyond that, though, I don't know that you'd get re-signed to a multi-year deal. So I don't think that he could finish the career here if that's the case.
Sam Horn correspondent, Warson Woods Wacko. JR, who gets traded first on the team? Also, who has taken the Vladimir Sobotka Roman Polak trophy for locker room eye candy?
Oh, gosh.
Always good when the beat reporter answers who the hottest guy in the locker room is.
Wouldn't be uncomfortable for you at
thanks
all.
a lot. Yeah. I think Holiday was asked one way, cutest teammate. He decided to pass on that.
I think that was a miss.
Where's the take off your shirt cut?
Dylan Holloway.
Yes.
Yelling at Zach Bolduc, formerly of the Blues.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Might have been in Monty's debut, I think.
I think you're right about that.
Yeah, at the Garden. Yeah, we're in the Rangers visiting locker room. It was, yeah.
Oh.
And then first to be traded, gosh.
Yeah, you can't go wrong answering either one of these.
Yeah, right.
Take your shirt off.
Hey, JR, I heard you said I'd be the first to be traded when you were talking to those morons the other day.
Yeah. Here, how about I say something, and Jackson, you hit the dump button, right? Don't you?
Oh,
lose?
wow.
So,
Look
sure.
at this. So we get to answer it.
All right, I think that the first guy to be traded is going to be...
Oh,
hey, we're back. Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Wow, Doug.
I hope that doesn't get out.
Wow, Doug. Wow.
That kind of had shades of AM radio, Doug, where you're listening in your car like, oh, it just cut out.
Yeah.
JR, I'm trying to get down to 180 before the playoff run this season, and then I'm going to put on at least 20 pounds getting hammered every other night. Also, loves truck stop on McNutt as a pony. That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood. Doug, those were more thoughts than they were questions.
Right. He loves what truck stop?
On the potty.
Loves truck stop and McNutt.
Yep. Oh.
Where's McNutt?
Turkey.
Oh, it's Herculaneum?
Oh, is it really? They got good truck stops down that way?
Some of the best I've ever seen.
Have they?
Two-parter. Will Jake stay on the third line? And is Tim really the sexiest man behind a microphone? JR, keep up the good work. That's from
Ding, ding.
Well N. And then the last name, Doug, is Dowd.
Okay, we need to stop that.
I saw Doug's arm going for the bell as soon as he started reading that
Yeah,
question.
I don't care for the
And I don't know
eliminating.
if I can answer the previous question, the Worsen question, because I listen to a lot of old TMA, just driving down the road, and it seems like he gets a lot of bleach responses to his.
Yeah, he's
call-ins,
sideways
so.
with Mr. Licks because Mr. Licks wants to acquire Worsen Woods and flood it to make it Lake Ladue.
Jake Neighbors, third line. I find it hard to believe that you're going to see him on the third line this entire year or even in his career. I think he can be a middle six guy, and we've seen him even play on the top line. So, because of the Blues personnel and everybody healthy and you got the combinations that you want, I can see him starting out on the third line this year, but I don't know that he'll be there all year.
Two-parter. Do the Blues have a shot to win the Central? And what is your favorite concession item at Enterprise? That's from Moistus Alou. And in parentheses, Doug, it says possible burner. That's how Jackson lets himself know if there's these might be burner accounts.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think they win the Central. I still think you got a couple tough teams up there with Dallas and Winnipeg. Could they contend, and Colorado? Could you contend for the third? If you push, hey, everybody's going to be healthy, and you got to play on that upswing the way you were at the end of last year. So to me, they're still like a third place / wild card team. And this is the easiest question that I'll answer all day. The best dish at the Enterprise. That is the brisket mac and cheese. It's up in section 300, 314, I think. And I mentioned it in an article last year. And if you get a chance, head up to 300 where Kurt, all of our Jeffco friends are.
You are a man of the people. Hanging in the 300 section.
Well, that's where my people are. So.
Please tell JR I like the dangle pigeon hat. My cousin is one of the founders. Tell Jackson to dress nicer for work. That's Harrison's brother, Master Jordan Cairo, endorser. Dangle pigeon, that's the hat you're wearing right there?
Yeah, I got some friends that own the company. And
that's a sharp-looking cap, I was thinking, when you walked in.
They've put together some great hats. This is one of 3 or 4 of them, and they do a great job. So I did want to show some support for them. Continue to do great hats. So danglepigeon.com.
Doug, you like
what's
that
the
dangle
meaning
pigeon?
of it? I know what it means to dangle, but what's the pigeon?
Yeah, you dangle your top 6 player, your deacon, and then you got the pigeons on the fourth line. The fourth line grinder type guys.
They're called pigeons.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And the founder, the guy who put it all together, Tony Moss, does have a dangle pigeon tattoo on his buttocks.
On his where now?
So if you know him or see him, you'll have to ask him to show it to you.
Where's his tattoo again?
That'd be the buttocks.
And have you seen it?
I have. We're back.
Again, he dropped right out. Is that overpass, Martin?
I have a bow heart on my left ass cheek.
Oh.
Yeah, we were born on the same day.
You and Bo.
Yeah.
And that's why you got the tattoo.
That's right. And we're both hard workers and scrappy, and the fans of St. Louis love us.
Yes.
Hey, JR, who would you rather take on a date? Some lady who's never worked a day in her life, has a timeshare in Clayton and stalks Blues players, or a divorced Ladue mama with 2 thriving businesses, fake milkers and deep pockets, and also putting brisket mac and cheese in section 315 is really knowing the 300 market. That is from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
I think I'm going to go with a divorced mom with a thriving company.
There you go. You're an endorser of the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. Sharon and Clayton takes a hit.
But I'm like Doug, though. I don't know that she's a female.
Wow. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Wow. But some of these cross-dressers, you never know.
Boy, a lot of shots at the endorsement for the brisket mac and cheese coming in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Let's see. I mean, we've got a billion of them here. I think we've tended to it all, though. JR, what do you think of the Mark Rycroft acquisitions getting overlooked?
You know, I have actually a Rycroft story, embarrassing story for me. We're huddled around Braden Shen in the Blues locker room, I think it was last year, and Rycroft does TV for the Colorado Avalanche, right? So for whatever wacky world I live in, I'm thinking Shen knows who Rycroft is because he's played in the league, so on and so forth. And so there's 10 reporters, microphones in Shen's face, and I say, hey, Braden, what can you tell us about the Hall of Fame career of Mark Rycroft? And Braden goes, who? And he looks up, and Rycroft, who I know a little bit, he comes over and just said, yeah, I don't really know. I'm like, okay, sorry. That one.
That's a tough spot. Tough. And then Alan Dadeville's second question is, should the zoo start charging admission to keep all of your neighbors from overtaking the place?
I'm telling you, they can all tell you what the mac and cheese tastes like because they all sit in 300, and they go to the zoo about 3 times a week, my friends in Jeffco.
Because it's free?
Yeah.
Really cute to hear the Fats from Webster Groves pretend that they don't like the brisket mac and cheese. That's from the 636. Just keeps going on, Doug. There's municipality warfare in this text inbox.
I didn't know they even had that. How much
JR
is that?
says it's the best thing in a building.
I think it goes about $15.
$15 or so? Okay.
Nice.
But so it costs them about, what, $1.50 to make? And,
Probably.
Yeah.
I'll finish off with just a general question. Couldn't be easier. It's a 2-foot putt just to knock on in. Do you, as an observer of the team, not a fan, you're not a fan.
Right.
This guy's a journalist, brother. As a journalist covering the team, do you have higher expectations for this team at this point, September 3rd, 2025, than you did September 3rd, 2024, going into that campaign?
Yeah, I think so. I think because of the Monty coming in.
And the charge in the second half?
Yeah, the charge in the second half for sure. So they do have a little bit of momentum and belief. But I think that, you give Jim Montgomery a training camp, and people know what to expect from him. And then also I do like the upgrades. I think Suter's going to help up the middle. And I think Bukestad's going to provide a little bit too. And then I'm excited about the third pair with Tucker. Doug Armstrong did say that Jim Montgomery's a huge Tucker fan. I think he's got to be in the lineup. And then Mayu, he's ready to play in the NHL. So you like that third pair because they get some edge. So I think there's a number of reasons to like this team, including, up front, you look at that line with Shen and Holloway and Kyrou, the success they had last year. Holloway's healthy. But the main reason I'd say that I'd like this team more than I did last September is you got Jim Montgomery from day one.
Yeah, hard to argue with that. Jeremy Rutherford with us every Wednesday here on TMA, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. JR, we always appreciate the time.
Yeah, no problem. Did the putt roll in the hole there?
Yeah, you jarred it. That was no question. I had no doubt about it. And Doug, that's Dangle Pigeon.
Dangle Pigeon, okay.
Dangle Pigeon.
That's nice.
And Sharon and Clayton has responded to JR. Doug, you didn't know about them. And to think I thought JR was a cool dude when we chatted in the concourse a few seasons ago. Oh, well, enjoy your alliance with the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom's party tray business. And Doug, you didn't know about the mac and cheese, which I didn't either, because you're down in the lower bowl with us civilized people. And I said what I said.
Right there,
That's from Sharon and Clayton, the star.
Ouch.
Of the Real Housewives of TMA.
Painting it as if like the Hunger Games are playing out up there.
I'm telling you. JR, you take the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom's side, and now you see you're an enemy of Sharon and Clayton.
I forgot I met Sharon. Sorry, Sharon.
That's Jeremy Rutherford with us, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Thank you, JR.
Yeah, thanks, boys.
We'll take a break, come back with more TMA here on 101 ESPN. Doug, you like this one? This is Jackson's music theme that is just songs that he's in the mood for.
Yeah, this is nice.
King Harvest.
Is that who it is? I've heard it a
Featured in
million
Ozark?
times.
Was it this song? Maybe closing credits?
think so.
One of the Ozark
I think so.
shows? Not the Ozarks, but the show Ozark.
Ba-da-ba. What's the reason for this being played, Papers?
Oh, I don't know. I like Dancing in the Moonlight.
Oh, do you really? Okay.
So it fits,
Nice
with,
little
it fits
tune.
with today's theme.
That's right.
Bangers.
Bangers.
Malleable theme.
Malleable. It's Teammate, the 9 o'clock hour, presented to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, fresh off a couple segments with Jeremy Rutherford of The Athletic. He will be with us every Wednesday fielding your two-part questions via the Air Comfort Service text inbox at 314-399-9646. And, of course, you're always welcome to call into the program, 314-974-0101, Collier and Thompson phone lines. And coming up, we'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. All of that still coming your way. The Colonel is doing a bunch of border war preview stuff by interviewing former Missouri players, in particular players who did battle with Kansas. And one of those players, Doug, Tony Temple.
Oh, sure. Running back.
Huge game in the Cotton Bowl against Arkansas, the 2007 season. It was New Year's Day, 2008. And Tony Temple was on Power Mizzou and the YouTube channel with the Colonel, our regular guest here. And Tony Temple told this story about showing up to the Missouri workout facilities wearing a Kansas shirt.
Oh, no.
I remember I had a KU T-shirt at the University of Missouri, and I was in study hall. And I was desperately just trying to find something, and it was just one of my old shirts, you know. I was a senior, you know, and I grabbed.
That's it? Oh, that's it?
Sorry,
he was getting right to the punchline?
And I grabbed it, and I couldn't even make it out the locker room. Like, they literally burned it. Like, I can't, I'm not even going to give you the guy's name. They tore it, they burned it. Like, you do not wear anything, KU. And I'm like, it's just a shirt. And it's not just a shirt. It's serious.
Right. I want to, because I remember, and I think this was before you were in school, but there was a reporter that wore a Tennessee hat into one of Gary's press conferences. And I don't even know if he was a Tennessee fan. You know, I used to own a ton of hats, but Gary made an example. I would have loved to see Gary Pinkel see one of his players walk in the facility in a Kansas T-shirt. That would have been good.
Yeah, exactly. And my teammates were trying to save me from Mr. Gary, Hall of Fame Gary Pinkel, Coach Gary Pinkel. So it was quite the experience.
I was thinking of this as he's talking about wearing the Kansas shirt. Your lensman, Doug, years ago,
That was my guy, Gary Womack.
would always wear Tennessee gear wherever he went.
And it was Pinkel's very first. Were you there that day?
No,
by
but
chance?
maybe I was down there. I remember hearing about it.
It really was something else, and it was a substantial moment. And it's so weird because if I were going down there to interview Drinkwitz now, and Gary Womack, who was a great photographer at KMOV, Doug and I worked with him. He would do a lot of the football photography, both for the Rams and Missouri in high school football. And he was a big Tennessee guy. He's from the state of Tennessee. At that time, which will sound crazy to somebody who's 27 years old like Jackson, but while Missouri and Tennessee both did, in fact, play college football, it was like one was playing the real college football and one was playing AAA. And so the fact that he was wearing a Tennessee hat didn't even cross my mind. Now, if we were going down there now, and I realize they're in the same conference now, but still, it's just a different mindset. Missouri had never reached what they did in 2007, 2013, 2023 at that time. And so Pinkel, they're getting ready for the team photo shoot. And it was right across from the football stadium where the football offices were. And Pinkel walks by, and it's his first camp. And he walks by Gary Womack, the photographer from KMOV, and we're down there. It's just me and Gary. I'm 24 years old, and I'm obviously a Missouri guy and a fan, but covering the team. And
but you had a T-shirt on that said "Go Team."
Go Tigers. I'd love to walk on and do Rudy Part 2. And Pinkel walks by our photographer, And he goes, why would you wear that hat around here? Just walked past him. He didn't like walk up to him. And Gary Womack goes, what'd you say? And he goes, hey. He goes, I'm trying to build something here. You're wearing a Tennessee hat. And then all the players stop and they turn and they're like, oh, crap, this is about to go down. Mm-hmm. And then Pinkel, seeing that it's like getting attention, says, hey, come over here. And then, so Gary Womack then tells me what happened, our photographer, and he says, Pinkel said, I'm trying to build something here. And he goes, while you're here, I'll go in and get you a Missouri hat if you really want to wear a hat. He goes, but while you're here, I'd appreciate if you didn't wear another school's hat while you're at Missouri. And we got back in the car after we got done doing the interviews, and Gary Womack goes, that guy is going to lead this school to a Big 12 championship. He goes, it's that type of mindset that you need when you're trying to build something that he had. And he goes, I know it probably seems crazy to you. Like, oh my God, Missouri and the Big, it sounded foreign at that time. Missouri and the Big 12 championship, when at that time you had Nebraska and Texas and K-State and Texas A&M, and I might be leaving somebody out, and I guess Colorado to an extent. And sure enough, Pinkel obviously made his mark and became a Hall of Famer. But the very first photo shoot day was that moment with the Tennessee hat. And Tony Temple showed up in the study hall wearing a Kansas shirt. If Pinkel would have seen that, my God.
Oh, God, yeah. It's one thing for a media person to wear another school's clothing, but your own running back and the arch rival.
And it's Kansas.
Yeah. I'm not surprised that they ripped it right off of him.
But it's Kansas week, Doug.
Yes.
It is. Jeremy Mackel will join us Friday. He was prominent in this.
Super cool.
Rivalry.
I can see where coaches wouldn't want people covering the team wearing clothing from another school. You can see that. They're all paranoid about people spying on their practices and everything. So if you come wearing garb from another team, they're not going to like that.
It is odd that Tony Temple had a Kansas shirt.
But I saw Gabe, I don't know if this was on Twitter or Power Mizzou yesterday. He goes, I get that it sounds crazy to fans to hear that. He goes, but what fans don't realize is for most of the players, they are, this is a job for them, essentially. And they don't grow up most of the time, even though Temple went to Rockhurst over in Kansas City, they don't grow up with the passion that fans do, even when they're young. So they just have shirts of teams, and they don't even think anything of it. Now, by the time they leave, take your pick of Columbia, Lawrence, Champaign, whatever, they will hate the rivals. But him, as a freshman, it doesn't even cross his mind. And he goes, I understand how it sounds crazy. He goes, but I actually, now that I've covered these guys, I get it. They're fans of schools. I remember going to St. Louis University soccer game when I was a kid and seeing guys wearing like Notre Dame sweatshirts. I remember thinking, that's kind of weird. Mm-hmm. But, might be Irish Catholic and just have the Notre Dame thing going and, don't think anything of it. Yes, when I heard that story initially, I was thinking, holy crap. I can't even imagine.
These days, though, as soon as you get to a school, they give you 2-3 duffel bags full of apparel so that you never get put in a situation like that where you'd be wearing another
Rock
team.
chalk.
Or even like if you're at Mizzou, like even an Adidas T-shirt, or Adidas shorts or Adidas shoes, they're going to make sure you have everything to be uniform with what they're getting paid to put out there.
I am fascinated when coaches get fired. Do they just dump it all in the lobby here? Here's all my gear from all the years I've been sporting it.
Verlander just recently talked about that, where he's like, I still have so many Detroit Tiger things. He's like half my closet's full of Detroit Tiger T-shirts.
But he probably has
shorts.
some affinity for the Tigers.
For sure. Always be a Tiger.
Yeah, but I think if you're a college coach or an NFL coach and they fire you, you're like, screw these guys. You get all this gear. Who was the GM? The guy,
Billy Ganani.
The Raiders GM recently, who was a draftnik, who became a broadcaster, has a little bit of a speech impediment, but in recent years was the Raiders GM. He used to call Notre Dame. He called Notre Dame football as the analyst. Oh, what's the guy's name? Oh, he was a and then they hired him to be the GM. Nobody knows what I'm talking about.
Mike Maylock?
Yes, Mike Maylock.
Yeah.
And he said when the Raiders fired, he went down to the strip and just started handing out Raiders gear because he had so much of it.
They probably just donated.
Just donated to Goodwill.
I had to guess.
Furrow Field will be up for snatch grabs this weekend. Nothing like a 2:30 p.m. start time where day drinking starts 2 hours before the game. Why is this not the college game day location this weekend? That's from Hooterville Regional's chief parading officer.
They're going to Oklahoma for the Oklahoma
I
Michigan
think
game, right?
as much as I am excited about this weekend in Columbia, if I'm the producers and executives in Bristol, Connecticut, I'm going to Boomer Sooner and go Big Blue, Michigan.
Yeah. If this was maybe in November and there was kind of a lull in terms of game day, like no marquee games and both Kansas and Missouri like one-loss teams, then I could see game day making a move there. But this early in the season with Oklahoma, Michigan being played, it makes sense.
You got SEC Nation there. You got Feinbaum's there on Friday.
There's going to be plenty of eyeballs on this game. And it's a 2:30 start.
I love that 2:30 start.
I love a 2:30 start, not in my context I'm going to be in.
It looks like Michigan, Oklahoma is the only game on the schedule where two ranked teams play each other.
It's kind of a butt-ass weekend.
Yeah.
They just went all out in week one, which is great. I still think the Oklahoma State, Oregon, and Oklahoma State's down
28 and a half points the number, Martin, if you want to lay those 28 and a half for Mike Gundy.
Just the fact that they had a little war of words in advance makes that a little more interesting because then you wonder, will Oregon lay it on them?
Speaking of which, Dan Lanning, I was just told to wrap. I'm sorry, we got to do the 5-day forecast.
Okay.
My time management has been warm garbage. Doug.
Traffic and weather on the other side.
We got a break. It's TMA 101 Speed. The weather has been so great here in the St. Louis area over the last couple of weeks. Truly amazing, especially considering we're talking late August and early September. And if you have been sitting there thinking to yourself, man, how nice would it be to have some outdoor living space we could hang out with the family, watch TV, barbecue, and just relax, I have the answer for you. It's Aesthetic Design and Build. They have been building high-quality, custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley. They walk me through all the different types of custom work they're capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck, adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all. The best thing is they don't take a high-pressure sales route or come back weeks later with those gimmicky discounts. No. They encourage you to go out. Do your research. They're confident that once you compare the work that they do with what else is out there, you'll see that they are the better choice. Give them a call at 636-532-5008 or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. That's aestheticdesignandbuild.com, and let them know I sent you their way. Is this Hove and Yeezy?
I don't know who it is.
But it's just the instrumental. The lyrics are probably no
Doug,
good.
you start spitting the lyrics.
I don't know the lyrics. I'm poor lyrically.
Smoking Cubanos with Castro and Cabanas.
Is that what he's saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's a banger.
Yeah. Watch the Throne.
Just mocked me for saying. But
Watch the Throne is like a 10 out of 10.
Looks like you're jealous of me going to that concert.
Extremely. You
No.
kidding me?
No. What do you want me to do about it?
I definitely don't want to go to a modern day Kanye concert, so probably just revel in your memories.
Revel in your memories. Who wants that text inbox name? Jackson will change text inbox names all the way through Monday, although if Missouri loses to Kansas, I could see him maybe being malleable. That's the theme today, Martin? Malleable?
There wasn't a theme I could pick up on.
No, but it's kind of Jackson's faves.
Oh, Jackson's faves.
Jackson's faves.
Kip Winger not included.
So what was the Gentleman Townie ever taken?
Yeah, someone got that.
Somebody claimed it.
Yeah.
And Bang the War Drum. What was it?
That Dadgum War Drum's in there.
Dadgum War Drum taken. Most of names as I'm scrolling here, like a good
Mostly
audit.
names. Yeah, we're getting to a good spot where it's a lot less phone numbers.
My betrothed, Doug, loyal listener of the program, I guess.
Really?
Yeah, I'll sometimes catch her podcasting like the Dickens.
Really?
I will. Yeah, about
That's
that.
odd.
You're telling me your wife doesn't podcast?
No. God, no. Are you kidding me?
Kim's a loyal listener, though, Martin, and is a Jackson lemming, right?
Oh, yeah, big Jackson
How about
Lemming.
that? And as his cousin John.
There was one Friday where Jackson took a lot of shrapnel.
Yeah.
And later
Which one?
Again, you're going to have to be more specific.
And later that day, I was in the car and my wife was talking about it, and we called him. Do you remember that? We called him to make sure he was doing
You guys
all
were
right.
on like a road trip or something.
Yeah, I can't remember the context of you taking Now I realize it's constant. So it doesn't even stand out anymore. Last week, Kim was dropping off Carson. She said, "Oh yeah, it was right about the time you guys were talking about getting your pee-pee snipped." I'm like, "Oh, perfect."
Oh, yeah, Joey Vitale had it done like he had it done, then he had it undone, then he had it done again.
So you got to explain it to a kid, then you got to unexplain it, and then you got to explain again.
Yeah, she says, I'm all for CC's if the Legend of Columbia can pull it off.
Yeah.
So she's buying into the Legend of Columbia, Doug, who I guess is owning them. Is he in there? Chairman, you're in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Is he still in there?
Yeah, he's
holding court.
He's making his presence felt in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. A lot of capital letters by that Legend
And
of Columbia.
emojis.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I guess we'll put him to the test. I'll take 7 o'clock at CC City Broiler.
You'd have to have some real connections to get a 7 o'clock restaurant
Well, he says,
reservation.
doesn't he say he like drives the owner around and the owner has a private jet or
To
something?
fly in the seafood from
And
Florida?
he's the legend, Doug. He can do whatever.
Thank you.
We met the legend
7 o'clock.
today.
And it's for Tim. So.
Thank you, Chairman. That's why this alliance.
Gosh,
is so
your
strong.
Columbia legends, there's, like Brock Olivo.
Yes, Brocky
and
4.
Mike Kelly, and then there's Norm Stewart, and then there's the guy who called into this show. Your mom's lesbian lover is a big defender of Jackson. Marty, you're starting to get edgy with Pale and Frail. He deserves way more respect than you give him.
Pale and Frail.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty backhanded, being honest. Pale and
your,
frail.
Your great defender.
Yeah, it seems like
calls
they're
you
really
pale
into
and
me.
Frail.
Pale is okay, frail not so much.
Yeah, what would you rather be, pale or frail?
Which would I rather be?
You gotta be pale.
Yeah, pale.
You can do something about
I
that.
was going to say, one you can control, the other you cannot.
I can't change being frail.
You could work out a little
Pump
bit.
some iron.
Yeah.
Meet
some
Chairman at
push-ups.
4 a.m. over at the club.
Is that where you guys are?
No, I'm him.
Oh, I
the
thought
guy
you said
behind
me and Chairman.
No, the chairman will meet you at 4 a.m. if you want to pump
I
some
can't
iron.
work out that early.
Come on, man. Get that testosterone
I've been
boosting.
texting papers at 5:30 in the morning now to let them know I'm awake.
Yes, after last Friday.
The incident.
I feel like my 4:45 text was a problem.
No.
Did that stir you from your slumber?
No.
You're already up.
First alarm is 4:36, so as long as it's before.
Oh,
But
okay.
even then, I'm on.
Yeah, I got
sleep
do
mode.
not disturb.
I
People
have
can
sleep
text
mode.
me all they want. For all
Also,
I
a
care.
text would never wake me up. I don't know about you guys. I never have my phone sound on. Never. Like ever.
Who
It
does?
never.
So
I
is
guess
the
I'm waiting for an
alarm
important
sound?
call.
I guess. Yeah.
Is
What's
the
that,
alarm
Mark?
sound different
Yes.
than the ringer? Okay, I need to figure this out.
This bamboozled Iggy for many years.
Okay,
Where he
well,
would
that's
have
why
his
my phone of late has been making
phone
noises.
volume down, but his media volume was way up, and somehow embedded clips were playing in emails. It was a real problem.
I remember Mike Alden, something big happened at Mizzou, and then at the press conference, they asked him, like, when he found out, and he said, well, as a rule, I keep my phone in my truck at night, and when I get out, I'm like, what athletic director doesn't have their phone? Like, you could be called at any hour of the night, and he said he kept his phone in his car. And I thought, but that's probably not a good move if you're the AD at a major university.
Yeah, that is uncommon. I guess he was,
maybe he still had a landline.
He was kind of he was there and started in '98. Doug, when was his last year in Columbia?
Mac Rhodes came in.
Yeah, very popular. Jim Sturck also very popular.
Joe Strauss called Mac kind of a shyster. Yeah.
No, he didn't like the guy who wore the bow tie, or maybe he didn't like both of them.
I don't think he liked anybody. Doesn't narrow it down. Mac Rhodes was around 2014, maybe, so Alden helped usher in the SEC era for Missourah. He did tell me once he said Missourah all the time as an homage to his grandma who lived somewhere in rural Missouri, and she always said Missourah, so
he would do that.
Did that as an homage to her, Missourah.
When I met Quinn Snyder, and I'm a 22-year-old punk, and he, now with hindsight, is a 32-year-old punk, which I think he would probably say, and it's 1999, and he had just been hired. Me and my buddy, you ever meet that Joe Stats, Doug? Joe Stats, Joe Sticks, little Joey Craps, great guy. We saw him at Shiloh, day of the press conference, probably all intoxicated ourselves, and we said to him, if you ever start saying Missourah instead of Missouri, we know they got your claws into you. Mm-hmm. And he would always affiliate that with me, and I think it carried a great deal of respect for years on that I was intoxicated as a reporter and came up to him and told them to call it Missouri, not Missourah.
You don't hear a lot of Missourah anymore. Not much anymore.
If you're out speaking out state and you're a politician, you might Missourah it a little bit.
Get a pickup truck, get a flannel shirt, cut some commercials. Don't let them know you flew in on a private jet. Knock out the commercials, flannel shirt, take the price tags off, and then say Missourah a couple times.
I don't know.
Okay.
I know it's out there a little bit, but I don't hear it much.
And if that doesn't work, just shoot a gun. I can help you get elected.
There it is. Martin's running campaigns in here. All right, it is 10:06. Martin, kind enough to stick through onboarding. You'll be showing up late to onboarding today.
I'm going to need a note.
You're going to need a note from Jackie Papers. We'll take a break, come back with more TMA here on 101 ESPN. What a deal they have going on right now at Universal Windows Direct. Buy 2 windows and get 2 free, and you'll pay no interest over 5 whole years. That's at universalwindowsdirect.com, or you can call 314-334-2522. We had some brutally hot weather until these incredible temperatures set in here over the last couple of weeks, and if your windows are not doing their job, then your cool air was going right out the window, literally. That's where Universal Windows Direct can help you out. It's Universal Windows Direct. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and no limit on how many windows you can purchase. Pay 0 interest over 5 years. They have super spacer technology, which is energy efficient and built to keep cool air in and hot air out. It's Universal Windows Direct at universalwindowsdirect.com. Once you feel the difference, you'll be saying what I say. I love my windows.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Shohei Ohtani has hit his 100th home run with the Los Angeles Dodgers. That was his 294th game with the Dodgers. He became the fastest to reach 100 home runs in team history, ahead of Gary Sheffield, who did it in 399. That was our Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
All right, we got a lot here, Doug, and I want you to really give me your all for the final 47 minutes of today's program.
All right, I'll bow my neck.
First off, the Legend of Columbia is saying he can't get me reservations.
Oh, no. Why not?
He says he is now grown out of Missourah, Tim. No 7 p.m. reservation for you. CC City Broiler, call for reservations at 11 a.m. sharp on game day.
How about 7:15, 7:30?
I don't know. So I thought that we were about to bond.
Yeah, that's out.
I was going to see if he would be interested in driving me and my betrothed and some of our compadres around this weekend, give him some nice compensation. But apparently we won't be doing business.
No.
So that's a disappointment.
So no CC's Broiler?
City Broiler.
City Broiler out. And Zaxby's on 63 is closed.
That's right.
I'm revoking his legend status. For
He's
this.
gone.
Yeah. Really?
And you're kicking him out of the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat?
I'm thinking about it.
D-Row is also very good, Tim. D-Row. D-R-O-W-E.
What's going on there?
Smoked wings.
Oh, Bill.
Yeah.
Oh,
Seasonings.
Bill.
Seasonings, please.
Well, maybe you can get a reservation there.
I don't know if you'll need one.
Oh.
Not like it'll be busy, don't get me wrong. I just don't know if they
Can I
do
get bottle service?
Okay.
Bottles of barbecue sauce, probably. Sparklers for a Carolina Gold.
All right, I'm in. And then let's see what else we got going on. No, I'm doing Spread Zone with Riz and Stalter. And obviously, this show, now we're at war with BK and Ferrario, apparently. I didn't even know that was going on until Jackson declared that yesterday by attacking Brandon Kiley for, taking too long with his picks in our fantasy football league?
115th pick, 55 seconds. He said he was in multiple leagues.
Multiple drafts at the same time?
Yeah. I think this is because everyone wants to draft like right before the season.
Well, that's what you do.
Right. And so it really makes things bunched up.
Okay. And of course, we're at war with the Fast Lane and we're at war with the Riz Show, but I'm doing Spread Zone, presented to you by FanDuel, coming up here after this program with Anthony Stalter and Scott Rizzuto. And I'm good on my college picks. But when it comes to the NFL, even though Doug and I both got A+ from Yahoo for our drafts, I'm asking the people what they like this weekend in the NFL. Jackson likes the under because he says the field is slick in Brazil for
How do you know?
the Chiefs and Chargers.
They playing in the
46 and a half.
Anytime they're playing in an international game that isn't London, because I think they've gotten the formula right there. They usually play at Hotspur Stadium, where Tottenham Hotspur play, or Wembley. They've kind of got it down. But whenever they played in Brazil recently, it tends to be a slick field. Soccer fields are usually slicker than football fields, is what I've come to notice. And so
shorter grass, maybe?
Could be.
Well, shrubs.
It could be a shrub situation. It
It's
could
not
be
a shrub situation.
some sort of bluegrass blend. I don't know what it is, but I feel like they're slicker usually, and guys might be tired. I don't know. The under in that Chiefs game seems
That's
right.
the play.
They have down Rasheed Rice. I don't know.
I'm going to roll with you here.
Let's do it.
All right, Doug. I'm putting it in my spreadsheet.
Is it Chargers have a rookie running back? They're kind of feeling it out. Justin Herbert, he's a good dude.
That's what we base this on?
Yeah.
Justin Herbert is a good dude. Take the under.
I love an under, too. So.
It looks like the Bears are only 1.5 point underdogs to Minnesota. The Bears always suck, and Minnesota's pretty good.
What about the trifecta of wide receivers now that Caleb Williams has to choose from? Oh, DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, and your very own Luther Burden.
They got Ben Johnson at head coach now, the Lions magician who has turned
It's
them.
going to turn into the greatest show on turf in Midway.
It doesn't matter who the Bears have, they suck.
Are they the most cursed franchise in
Gotta
the
be right
Major
up
Four?
there.
Hell no.
Who's most cursed?
I mean,
Jets?
You can go Browns right out of the gate.
Browns are way up there. Johnny Manziel, big fan.
Buffalo's lost 4 Super Bowls.
And I'd stay in Cleveland, and if you're going to talk about the big four, I go, Bills and then the Guardians.
Knicks, 50 plus years of no championship.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the big boys got taken care of with the Red Sox and Cubs this century.
Right.
And I would include your St. Louis Blues. I don't know if people around the country would have noticed it, but you extend it to college, and I'll include your Missouri Tigers.
Yeah, colleges, there's too many, though. But so many schools don't have any football national titles.
Or basketball.
Yeah. Boy,
so, Doug, you're telling me to take the Lions?
The
I'm
Vikings,
telling you to take the Vikings on Monday night.
Untested quarterback, that J.J. McCarthy. Andrew Marsh will tell you.
Yeah, but he's pretty good. And the Vikings,
we haven't seen
they were
him
really
yet.
good last year.
Where's that game at, Doug?
Chicago.
The Vikings were good with Sam Darnold. They have a whole new quarterback. Never played an NFL game.
No, but the
Well, I'll
Bears
tell you,
suck. You can't get around that.
I don't know.
It's the kind of game for week one. See, I never look at the NFL and betting the NFL through the lens of like the game and the players. I think of like the weird things that happen on Monday Night Football when guys lose money on Saturdays and Sundays and now Thursdays and Fridays too, and they try to get out of that hole and something just bad crap happens. The fact that the Bears are only getting 1.5 against the Vikings strikes me as something where everybody will take the Vikings, and that means the Bears cover. I just took the Bears.
Lean into the stink. Lean into the stink. Ben Johnson, Luther Burden to score a TD, maybe. They also get that Colson Loveland from Michigan. They're kind of stacked, offensively at least.
You took Burden, didn't you, in the draft?
In our 101 ESPN league, yes, very much so. If this was a keeper league, I would take him higher.
All right.
He changed his number.
What grade did you get?
A D.
Okay. Then.
Doug and I
I'm really sweating that Yahoo didn't like my draft.
They don't hand out championships preseason, Vaughn.
That's right.
They handed A pluses though. Doug
Luther
and I got
Burden
him.
wasn't that much of a difference maker in college. You think he's really going to light
I
up
don't
the
get
NFL?
this take you've had. Like Luther Burden is so like when he got the ball in his hand, he was
good. He wasn't
by
great.
far the best player on any field he was playing in. By and large. I'm not saying, obviously, there's some, like when he played LSU, Jaden Daniels was the best player on the field, Georgia. But when Luther Burden got the ball in his hands. Luther Burden is I would take Luther Burden stock over Lenoris.
I want that to be saved.
Okay, yeah. Everyone can crown Lenoris as a 20-year-old.
He's a good player, yes, but I don't think he was ever a great player at Mizzou.
2023, they had to plan around him. Luther Burden, when he got the ball in his hand, was next level good.
Take the Bears.
Is Jackson Burkett honestly sipping for Marsh over a pro J.J. McCarthy take? Time for an oatmeal bath, pal. That's from little Tommy Tribbins, and he's on a tricycle in the parking lot right out there.
Because you're so busy trolling little Tommy Tribbins, you didn't even hear me. I was going in an anti-Vikings take. But I guess whatever's funny.
Little Tommy Tribbins. He strikes like Justin in Columbia now. He picks his spots, Doug. He picks his spots. Boy, people are sending in picks. How about this? Crystal City Clam. Or always take the home dog in a divisional game. Doug, you like that? That means I'm on the Bears.
Home dog in a divisional game. Okay.
Papers is delusional on Burden. That's from the 618.
Okay.
618's never going to like Mizzou players.
It's fine. If you saw games with him, like when he got the
Doug,
ball
did
in
you
his
see
hand,
the Missouri games?
I watched them all,
Of
and I
course.
kept thinking this is going to be Jerry Rice based on the
But
hype
he's
he
not.
got.
That's not. He's a slot receiver. He's like he's a gadget guy. You just get the ball in his hand, usually in short yard situations, as opposed to bombs.
I feel like Ben Johnson will find ways to get him involved.
Absolutely,
And use
he
him.
couldn't be under a better offensive head coach at the moment. Maybe Kyle Shanahan, actually, but
Don't argue with yourself. It dilutes the take.
oh, I think it gives credibility that I'm willing to announce when I think I'm wrong. I don't just double down.
Doug, he just attacked you.
No, I don't think Doug's doing that. Although I just find I don't.
Just telling you, the Bears suck. They always suck.
Yeah, I know.
Spread zone pick.
Until they don't, they always suck. Until they don't.
Raiders +3 in the unders and the Colts and Finns. Call your bookie now, Timmy. That's from the 314. I'll take a look at that. Oh, hey, we got an inside source with Henshin, Doug.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you should know something.
Burden reminds me a lot of Tavon Austin. That's from Mahomes' long body.
Tavon Austin's college highlights are so sick.
And his NFL highlights as a tailback.
Well, misused. I don't think Luther Burden will be misused. At least I hope.
Papers, time to take down that LB3 poster hanging above your bed. That's from Gooner Reloaded.
Just because I'm biased and love Mizzou doesn't mean I'm wrong.
How about that, Doug?
Or right.
Certainly.
Right.
I might sneeze. Talk amongst yourselves.
Oh,
Vamp.
no.
It's a nice quarter zip, Doug.
Thank you.
He wore red yesterday, and it kind of freaked me out.
Yeah.
I felt like I hadn't seen him in red ever.
That's not really your color, is it?
No, it came from the back of the closet.
You're a light blue guy through and through. Maybe even navy.
Yeah, I don't. That's the only red shirt I have.
Really?
I don't know why I wore it. I didn't think it would cause a stink.
I have no opinion on this stupid Bears game, but Jackson Burkett is the best name for Libby Jack. That's from Beer Cats.
What's the name?
Jackson
Oh, like AOC?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
God, people are so funny, man.
You didn't like it.
Whatever.
Here's the lock of the week, Tim. Parlay alternate spread, Eagles -6.5 with Jalen Hurts, 25+ rushing yards. It pays 2-1. That's from Lady Sonia's Teacup, Doug. Little parlay.
Okay. You like that one?
I don't know on this Cowboy situation. That's who they're playing for the record.
Yeah, it's at Philly.
Jalen Hurts, 25+ rushing yards. And then the Eagles -6.5. I bet Lenoris to get, and I forgot in college, if you get sacked, you lose the rushing yards.
It's brutal.
And he was at 39 rushing yards, and then there was a holding penalty, and then a sack, and the next thing I know, he's at 17. I go, how the hell did that happen?
Oh, it sucks.
And I lost that bet after doubling up my cash on Ole Miss Georgia State over.
Yeah, that and then guys taking knees in the NFL. Like if you take a Patrick Mahomes over rushing total, and he is over by 1 or 2 and then takes 2 knees, you're screwed.
It seems like they could do away with that. Just like you don't get a stolen base in baseball if they don't try to throw you out.
You want them to call it quarterback indifference?
Yeah. That would seem to make some sense. Because it's not really adequately gauging what happened in the game. Okay, that went over like a lead balloon. Just a little take I had.
Nothing wrong with your take.
Trying to fix a little stat problem.
Sounds like the Prime Minister's got hit with it.
I've been stat correct. Last year I got stat corrected out of the championship in fantasy football.
You did?
In our league?
No.
You thought you had won the championship and they came back a day later?
No, I thought I was going to the championship, and then they came back a day later and said, no, sir. I won by like 0.8 points. It was crazy.
And took it away from you.
Yeah. And I've really done a whole campaign tour of rubbing it in the guy's face. And so I really had to eat that.
Oh, that has to hurt.
So you looked at the phone one day and found out they'd reversed your
Woke
score.
up the next morning and I had lost.
Oh, tough spot. What did that gentleman have to say? I assume this was Gareth, star of Movie Boy.
The Ken dog. He let me have it. And honestly, I deserved it.
And the Ken dog's the one who vetoes all your trades, right?
Yeah, he's run smear campaigns.
Has he really?
We're at real loggerheads.
I mean, you're the one who started it by talking crap in a game you lost.
Oh, 100%. No, I earned that one.
Okay. I respect
Well,
that.
no one talks crap about Design Air.
No, they don't.
Because they're the best in town. Any kind of problem you might have with your air conditioner or your furnace, Design Air is the name you need to know. And people have been saying that around these parts for more than 120 years now. They started in 1904. More than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. Why do you stay around that long? Because word of mouth advertising. People that have used Design Air love it. I know I've had a couple different people out to my house, including the dashing Steve just a couple weeks ago to fix the old run capacitor. They get it done quickly. The technicians have been around for a long time under Seth Goldcamp, who's a 4th-generation family member owning the company now at Design Air. They believe in honest work, so you'll never be sold something you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they've got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. So visit DesignAirService.com. Schedule your service today. That's Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904, and, of course, home of the handsome repairman.
You can email in for that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. We're going to make sure we do it today, unlike yesterday. I just, Doug, just the time management's just been really subpar. So email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA 101 ESPN. You like this one, Doug?
It's kind of, it's okay, sure. The heck.
Wow.
Tim, did you always prefer the Chronic or Chronic 2001? I think that's
Chronic.
from 01, yeah.
Chronic, all day. Man, when I was rolling up to bus tables at Pietro's with my white walls, can you imagine how the Villa girls weren't interested?
I thought you weren't old enough to drive even back then, or were you?
I drove my parents' minivan. Green, forest green.
Oh, it's hot.
There's a really good section of TikTok where it's like me on my way to my 9 to 5 to fill out spreadsheet, and it's like the hardest rap you've ever heard in your life. It's like a white guy in a quarter zip. I really like it, I feel that.
Chairman, you say the legend of Columbia, you monitor the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and you say he has really taken a hit. He called in the 8 o'clock hour, and you say his stock has crashed in the last hour?
Some people weren't fans after the call. I was. But after the biggest miss is not getting you the reservation that he basically promised.
Stunning development.
Yeah. And then I have a disagreement with something he said in the YouTube chat, and I'm a Luther Burden fan, but he said Luther was raised in the hard knocks of St. Louis, and you don't see any pouting or crying out of that guy. I feel like I've seen a little pouting and crying out of that guy.
It was East St. Louis, right?
Yeah, it's all part of the St. Louis area.
Okay.
The St. Louis Metro.
Okay.
Tri-state area.
No pouting.
It's the third state.
I never said he didn't pout, or whether he did or didn't pout. I just thought, based on the hype, I thought he would make a little bit more of a.
Now you and Jackson
splash.
are going to go again. Here we go.
I've said my piece.
Okay. All right. Well, I wish him the best in the NFL.
Certainly.
Tam Avenue Capital Partners are on the Bears Monday night.
Love it.
Do you really?
Wait into the stink. You know that's always my take.
I tell you, Monday Night Football, weird things. So we got Spread Zone, Miras, and Stalter. We'll be shooting that, and that'll be up on the 101 ESPN podcast feed and the YouTube channel that is presented to you by FanDuel. Coming up, we got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Had a great conversation with Adam Wainwright earlier. You can go back and podcast that via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. Watch it on YouTube if you would like. Take your pick. It's all there for you. Mentality is a longtime sponsor of TMA, and they got a big event coming up this Saturday. It is taking place at their Chesterfield Clinic this Saturday from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Mentality Health hosting a free men's health fair at their Chesterfield Clinic this Saturday from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Stop by and get a free blood draw and free in-body assessment to see what's really going on inside that body of yours. This event is open to anyone who wants to see you get back to being you. Spouses, family, friends, they're all welcome. You don't have to do it alone. Afterwards, you'll schedule a consultation with Mentality's medical team who will work on a plan tailored for you. You won't get a page full of numbers. You'll get real insights to help you get control of your testosterone so you can start feeling like yourself again. Whether it's low energy, weight gain, or just feeling something's off, Mentality can help. So stop being tired of being tired. Get back to the guy you used to be. Visit mentalityhealth.com and reserve your spot today. It's 10:35 in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA 101 ESPN.
You've heard the name Stiefel for many years now. They sponsor darn near everything, including the award-winning dossier of this here broadcast. Did you know they're also throwing one of the biggest parties St. Louis has seen since the Parade Down Market in 2019, and it starts tomorrow. It's a Stiefel Charity Classic, new title, new energy, and it's all going down this week, Thursday through Sunday at Norwood Hills Country Club, where golf legends from the PGA Tour champions will square off. There is also a concert. OAR is performing live at the Friday night community concert presented by CarShield. That's right. Of a Revolution is bringing the good vibes. Friday tickets cost $50. Golf and OAR are included. These bad boys are selling faster than the Friday foursome at the Dotem or maybe at the Lemming. Any kids 16 and under, active military, veterans, first responders, they are all in free. So grab the sunscreen, the lawn chair, the best hat, and get ready for the Stiefel Charity Classic that starts tomorrow. That's Stiefel, S-T-I-F-E-L, Charity ClarityClassic.com. We will see you there.
Doug, do you like full-throated apologies?
Yes, and golden-throated.
Legend of Columbia now says he is going to effort a table for Friday now.
Oh, just effort. He doesn't have it?
He says, hold on a second, I'll call tonight and see what I can do.
Can we put this in Predictionary?
Whether or not I get the 7 p.m. reservation?
I'm going hard no.
Wow.
Well, didn't he call already to find out he didn't have the reservation?
I'd be surprised if they're open at 10 a.m. Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe the meat truck's coming in, eh?
Yeah, like in The Irishman. Will Tim get a 7 p.m. resi at CC's?
Now, he thought I wanted it on Saturday. Saturday at 7 p.m., I won't know my name.
Yeah, you don't want that.
I'll be in his Uber or somebody's Uber. Worsonwood's Wacko's got us a table at my house.
Really? Since supply and demand is so out of balance in Columbia during a football weekend for restaurant reservations, you think there are people there that call and get reservations all over town and then sell the reservations?
I don't think it's
Wow. Is that a business model? Maybe we'd open up that shop, Dub.
That was a thing in L.A. for public golf courses.
Oh, yeah.
People were buying up tee times and then just selling them third market. Same with reservations. They do that a lot in big major cities. Yeah.
Yeah, I would think.
I'd be surprised, but maybe.
There's got to be 30,000 people looking for a restaurant reservation on a Friday or Saturday night there.
You think they're scalping outside the restaurant?
They might be.
Like I got a 7:30.
Yes.
And you start haggling them for it.
Martin's Wildcat Agenda, which is one of my favorite names, is will Sappho's be delivered to you for your birthday, Tim? Well, we've been asking for it now for a number of decades. Mm-hmm. I would put it as I'm higher on the Legend getting me my table on Friday night at CC's than my Sappho's. I would rather have the Sappho's for the record, and if the Legend could somehow deliver that.
I'm going to do a 2-pick parlay in Predictionary. No on both.
No!
And I'm rooting for both, but
I'm tailing you.
My lock of the week, Doug.
Okay.
I think I should bring that up on Spread Zone.
Yeah,
Have
I
Riz
don't
and
know.
Stalter look at me with a confused.
It's minus 240, so I don't even know if it's going to be allowed.
It's minus 4 digits.
Yeah. But think
Might
of the
be 5 digits.
Think of the glory if it happens.
Yes hits.
Oh, it'd be the greatest. Be the absolute greatest.
If you can't get this reservation, is there a chance your hotel might have a snack bar or something you could eat there?
Ooh, treats.
Oh, there's plenty of places just to get treats.
Sometimes
44 Canteen is a just fine fallback. You know, there's
I enjoyed it last year.
Really,
I think it was in part because of the sapphic overtones.
Yeah. Proximity to Sappho's.
Amen.
Tacos are my favorite food, and they did.
Tacos are my favorite food. Who wants that text inbox?
Tacos are my favorite food.
Doug is disappointed with you.
Really? Yeah.
To crunch into a taco and then have the shell.
Oh, do you like a
fall
soft
into
taco?
Soft taco
pieces?
exclusively. I've never hard shell. Never hard shell.
Your favorite food?
Yeah. Yep.
What kind of poultry or beef or dish or park do you like in there, eh?
My favorite is actually Al Pastor, which is like the.
This is so Horton Watkins, I can't even follow.
No, it's Spanish.
I'm Jeffco, and I love Al Pastor, too.
It's
I'm going to
slow-cooked
ask you to
pork with
never use that
pineapple.
kind of language around me again.
Hot
Al
fruit.
Pastor.
Hot fruit.
Yeah, I know. It's damning, but it's like
It's hot fruit?
slow cooked pork and pineapple with onions and cilantro. It's really good.
It is really good.
And that's what I need to get on Friday instead
No,
of going to
I like
CC's?
I like the Korean tacos.
Can you get that at El Rancho?
Korean American.
Certainly.
Would El Rancho serve that kind of taco?
I doubt it. They're big nachos, and I don't like nachos.
Oh. Okay. Well, good luck finding anything to eat, Tim.
You'll be eating
Bring it yourself.
This, quote, legend guy likely lives in an apartment complex of 95% college students, thinks he's Wooderson from Dazed and Confused, and probably used to work in a vape shop. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener, and he says I'm hitching my wagon to the wrong guy.
If I didn't know any better, seeing him in the YouTube chat, I would think it was President Trump with all the caps locks and the emojis.
Oh, really?
He's fired up in there.
Okay. He just wants his voice to be heard.
Canteen 44, top-notch tacos in Columbia. That's in the 314.
Can confirm. French fries, too.
44 Canteen, isn't
44 Canteen, yeah. And they got all sorts of dipping sauces.
Right. I loved it.
Yeah. It's really good.
But my betrothed kind of wanted to do a little something different. I was counting on it for this Friday. I was looking forward to it.
They used to have a place, 44 Stone, which was like their other restaurant, same company, but I think that shut down. Really good. Farm to table.
Really good, Doug.
Okay.
Shut down.
Well,
it was a big space.
The legend lives at Katie Place on Forum by CC's. That's from the 573.
Fine apartments. I've seen those. Right by the other movie theater in town, the one I didn't work at. Because they made you dress up with a bow tie and a
Oh,
vest.
and you refused to do that?
Why the bow tie?
I didn't like it.
I am going to be in a bad way for about a week if we lose to Kansas. That's Chairman Stephen Wildwood. Can you imagine what he's going to sound like on Monday on this show if Missouri loses to
I don't
Kansas?
know. I didn't know he was a Mizzou guy. There'll be a lot of Mizzou fans in a bad way if they drop this game.
Jackson, Mrs. Swinghaven board member, enjoys tacos as well, and that's a smiley winking emoji from the Swinghaven board member.
I don't know what to mean. I don't know what you mean by that. I hope it just means you like
This is like a KOMU student reading the teleprompter for the first time.
I'm buckled.
Doug is basically just a cul-de-sac in human form. What a basic badge. That's from Arbor Day. A cul-de-sac in human form. What does that mean?
I needed a segment title. Thank you.
Wow. Cul-de-sac in
I got a
human
big round
form.
head. Maybe that could be the cul-de-sac.
We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email. Boy, Big Tuft is raging. Never, and I mean never, say farm to table again.
That's what 44 Stone was. It was farm to table, man. They had a great lamb sandwich.
Doug, do you like the term
I believe it's
farm?
pronounced
No,
Lambo.
I don't. Isn't almost everything is farm to table?
It was
A lot of
advertised
it
as
has
such.
a middleman, but at some point it's at a farm and then it gets to your table.
I think they cut out the middleman.
I don't know.
It's
How
delicious.
often do
They
you think
shut it down.
something really leaves the farm and immediately goes to your table?
I buy what they're selling. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't like stand up on the table and scream, "Show me the farm!" Like where is this all coming from? I just believe them. Call me, I'm a sheep.
Back off, Doug, tree boy. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
Who's tree boy?
Arbor Day.
Oh,
I thought you were calling you tree boy. And I was like,
Kawhi Leonard.
All right, we got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up to TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, and that's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals back in action tonight, 6:45 p.m. first pitch with Matthew Liberatore toeing the slab for the Redbirds. That was our Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, legend of Columbia, has just announced that he did drive a 2011 Mercedes when he Ubered.
Oh, he did, really? So you jack up the price if you have a Mercedes?
Says, hence the higher normal tips during football and basketball game days with a money bag emoji.
Okay.
E-class.
I think this guy's going to stick around, or is he a shooting star that's going to be gone?
Good question, Chairman. The bastard James Hahn says this legend of Columbia guy has to be Gangster Pete trolling, right?
He'll be there, I bet.
You better believe he will be. Time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Ow! No email today yesterday, Doug, so we have some carryover.
Okay, that's
Poor
fine.
time management.
That's fine.
I just love the fall weather. Goodbye 100-degree heat. Hog farming. That's the name of my game. I've always liked getting my hands dirty. And don't even get me started on slop. Maybe I'm just wired different, but I could roll around in that all day long. That's from Midge, Trojan Horse Emailer.
Odd email. Midge, Trojan Horse Emailer.
Hey, fellas, Jackson's off his rocker with this Luther Burden take. He's a, quote, fine player, but he did so little at Mizzou that Doug already forgot the years he played. No wonder Wayno dipped as soon as he heard you talk.
Oh, that's not nice.
The shameful thing is I would respect you, Jackie Papers, if for no other reason than you're the producer of Tim's award-winning program, but you keep giving these terrible takes and won't put my name in the text inbox. I digress. Great show today for most of you, gentlemen. Thanks. That's from the listener to be named later. Jackson, why won't you put his name in?
I'm definitely not doing it now.
Wow. No, I wouldn't. Listener to be named later.
In what can only be described as the war and peace of terrible golf, the 2025 J. Randolph Jr. Fan Page Club Championship is apparently concluded per a fan page post 5 months after its modest start in mid-April. Hosted at Gateway National, the event stretched across spring, summer, and early fall. 64 hopefuls entered armed with mismatched bags, Craigslist hybrids, and their best little Costco golf outfits. Brackets were dutifully tracked in, Doug, how do you pronounce this? Tableau?
Tableau?
As if the Masters leaderboard had been outsourced to a rank and tech intern. Entire regionals were named like support groups. Recovering alcoholic regional final. While the prize purse amounted to about enough for gas money back to Granite City. $133. That's all it took to partake in a golf tournament with forfeits, sandbagging, grits, and Cletus calling your work to remind you that he has an extra bottle of red wine for your match on Wednesday morning. A perfectly arbitrary number broken down to $81 for golf, $11 for lunch, and $41 for what's called the, quote, prize purse. Augusta has Crystal, Riviera has Rolex, and the FPCC has a warm egg salad wrap and $41 in small bills rattling around a Crown Royal bag. By the time the championship match limped to completion in late August, the seasons had changed, handicaps had ballooned, and Movie Boy had launched. Augusta may have its azaleas, but the Fan Page Club Championship has denim golf, Busch Light, and the longest calendar in competitive sport. Doug, that's from Riot's dad. Can't believe guys take off work for this thing.
Riot's dad.
Do people take off work?
I don't think they should. No, they don't. They can't find work, I'm sure.
Ours is the type of presentation where a crooner from Pasadena Hills feels free to drop in at any time and confess to mooching off his relatives' grocery rewards points before asking everyone what it was like to do cocaine back in the day. You know, when it was safe. Fortunately or unfortunately, Pepper and Jeannie don't live here anymore, so the closest thing we have to any recreational cocaine users is Movie Boy, DBA film bitch, who snorted an extra rail of Adderall yesterday based on his extended Tarantino-esque soliloquy promoting his new dedicated Movie Boy podcast feed that you won't be able to find because he hasn't set it up yet, as he's too busy pleasuring himself to the MMF and challengers that doesn't have any actual group sex, but he still uses it because he's got a hard-on for anything made by Luca Guadagnino.
Nailed it.
Did I really?
Luca Guadagnino.
ADD boys seemed back on his normal dosage today, waiting until the 27-minute mark of the Adam Wainwright interview.
Get off my ass.
Hey, come on now.
Unbelievable.
The Adam Wainwright
Three paragraphs about it.
To insert himself into the conversation, prompting Wayno to channel his inner caller Douglas and say, okay, gotta go now.
Yeah.
Pull it together, boy, pull it together, boy, pull it together, boy. This email is sponsored by the legend of Columbia Uber driver to the stars. Whether you're out cruising for Gentleman Townie Strange or looking to experience Como's fine nacho dining scene without having to ride with the Tierra wedding show wearing show dog named Miss Lily, book your ride with the legend of Columbia. That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the Recess Lady's Breast, 4.84 star Uber passenger rating, verified. That is also higher than Jackson's Uber rating. And Doug, that's what we have for the designer. Eating and cooling email.
I'm going to go Buck Swope.
He was good, but I'm going Riot's dad.
I'm also going Riot's dad.
I think I'm going with Riot's dad as well. Riot's dad has won the designer heating and cooling email of the day. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are up next for Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brian and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.